Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Rebellious Girl. Warner Brothers had no choice but to accept the director's share. Jim's shameless reasons gave Bruce Rosenblum, who was negotiating on behalf of Warner Brothers, a headache. Jimmy is a man who can make capitalists cry whenever it comes to the director's share. This agent, whose IQ rises when negotiating, changes his face faster than a woman. When he is arrogant, he will not give the negotiators a good face. When facing the shameless share of the figures, he will do all kinds of tricks. When Warner Brothers had to compromise, he would immediately turn into a gentle gentleman. He sees the weakness of Warner Brothers and kept mentioning 20th Century Fox and Townsend Rothman's desire to invite Wayne back. In the end, Bruce Rosenblum agreed to his conditions: 20% of the North American box office share. If this contract were to be spread, it would definitely shock everyone. After the movie Joker, Wayne's net worth has more than doubled, but Warner Brothers is not willing to take the risk of losing Wayne in the face of the revenue that Joker may generate. On the second day after Wayne signed the contract, a new film press conference was held in the large conference room on the 6th floor of the Warner building as usual. The influence of Wayne Greenberg's new film is definitely great. Although he doesn't answer many questions every time, dozens of media have come. After Jeff Robinov and Wayne were photographed holding the contract by the media reporters, the question and answer session of the press conference officially began. The first person to stand up was Bella Grant, who hadn't spent the night at the Manor for some time. Her too majestic and spectacular scenery, through the white shirt that was about to be opened, immediately attracted the attention of most men. Even Wayne was attracted by the shaking of her standing up, which could definitely be said to be a deadly turbulence. Director Greenberg, can you talk about why you remade a horror movie from a few years ago? Her question drew Wayne's attention back and made him drive away the turbulent scenery in his mind. I like this novel by Stephen King very much. This story contains many issues that we need to pay attention to. Under the cloak of horror are distorted family relationships, human indifference, patricide, pedophilia, school bullying, racial issues, etc. And these issues that require public attention do not affect the theme of the whole story. I personally think that this is what a horror movie looks like in my mind. There is both inner fear and a concrete it, which makes people feel desperate. In addition, growing up itself is a terrifying thing. After he finished speaking into the microphone, a reporter wearing a New York Times badge immediately stood up. Everyone knew that this director did not like the media very much and could only answer limited questions. His questions could represent the main questions of many people. Wayne, as we all know, you handle serious, dark and heavy stories very well, but you are very average when it comes to funny and humorous scenes. How are you going to deal with this problem in the film? This movie is not an original script, so almost all reporters have a brief understanding of it before coming. There will indeed be funny scenes in the film. I want to make one point here. Wayne turned his head and glanced to the right, where the core team members who came with him were. The assistant director of my previous 2 films, Mr. Luke Simmons, has returned to my team. He will handle this matter as before. For such a simple scene in the film, with his understanding of his senior brother, there is absolutely no problem in handling it. It's not that Wayne can't shoot humorous scenes, but his own funny points are always inconsistent with this era. After all, his humor cells have been baptized by big data, so he has been avoiding these. Director Greenberg, will this film also be an R-rated film? Wayne did not hesitate at all to answer this question and said directly, yes, although in my opinion this will be a children's film. It can be confirmed now that the film will be rated R after all. This is the scale I'm good at, isn't it? When he said this, everyone smiled kindly, and then he continued, the film I'm about to shoot is more of a realistic educational film than a horror film. When people watch horror movies, they often have a question. That is, why does the protagonist want to die? Why do they still go into the house, even though they might die? The answer given by ordinary horror movies is that it is because of youth, because they want to seek excitement, and the protagonist has to prove himself in some way. But the answer given by Stephen King is that compared with the cruelty that the real world gives to children, the fear of death seems not worth mentioning. This is a question that we all need to think about. At this point, he signaled to the staff that they could end the press conference and they would have to arrange the preliminary preparation tasks later. There were a lot of things to do today. Wayne, can we talk? Director Greenberg, is it possible? After saying everything that needed to be said, Wayne stood up and led his people out of the conference room, ignoring the questions from the reporters. After changing to a larger conference room, he scanned all the people waiting here from beginning to end. Most of the behind-the-scenes staff here were familiar faces who had already worked together, which would also make the film much smoother from preparation to shooting. The biggest change was Bruce Rosenblum, an executive of Warner Brothers, who would personally serve as the production manager of the film and control the direction of the crew. Because it was the first time they worked together, Wayne specifically asked him to preside over the meeting before the meeting. The cooperation between the two of them would definitely need to be adjusted, and finding out each other's personality was the first priority. A production manager who at least would not create obstacles for him to shoot could ensure that the film would proceed according to the original plan. Bruce Rosenblum obviously understood this, and he spoke directly about work without showing his authority excessively. Warner Brothers' first production fund has been deposited into the third-party guarantee account, and the preparation of the film can start at any time. After saying that, he nodded to Wayne and sat down, without a word of nonsense. After all, this preparatory meeting was not his stage. Kevin Suhara had specifically instructed to give the director enough rights. Wayne was actually more interested in this interesting executive producer than in the preparation of the film. He knew that, if it weren't for this little butterfly, Bruce Rosenblum would be the head of Warner Brothers in the future. Luke. He turned his head and looked at his senior brother. You will leave for Toronto, Canada tomorrow. The film will be shot at Pinewood Studios in Hope Harbor in Toronto. After confirming that there is no problem with the location, you must communicate well with the local departments. That's right, he planned to shoot all the shots of this film in Hope Harbor in Toronto. There is a Hollywood studio there, and many crews go there to shoot. The naturally existing town can solve all the problems of the crew. Compared to the Hollywood location, Hope Harbor is more famous for its scenery and salmon migration. Many people go to see this wonder every year. Then Wayne looked at the casting director he had worked with once. Although there had been some rumors in the crew that the casting director was using those extras in exchange for some kind of service from the actresses, he didn't care about these things. That didn't affect the work. The director is like a supercontractor. It is normal for the team leaders of various departments under him to have some problems. The idiom that, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish is still applicable in Hollywood. As long as it doesn't affect the work, those little actors with 1 or 2 lines are nothing. Schwartz, you will be the main host of this audition. You should have heard the news. I have another big project to plan. I will be very busy. I will only participate in the last round of auditions. The bearded Schwartz nodded and said, no problem. Thinking of Spielberg's goddaughter, Wayne said one more sentence. There is an actress named Drew Barrymore. If her agent takes her to the audition, call me and arrange for her to enter the final round directly. This made the casting director stunned for a moment. They all knew the working style of this young director. There was almost no favor to be given. Everything was based on the audition results. Unexpectedly, someone could convince this stubborn director. No problem, I'll arrange it. Schwartz reached out and touched his beard and quickly agreed. Thinking of the girl named Drew Barrymore, he also had a headache. This child was almost a typical Hollywood child star who committed suicide, but Spielberg must give face. Compared with the favor of the big boss, that little trouble was nothing. This Drew Barrymore was absolutely talented in acting when she was a child. In 1982, she participated in The Good Guys and played the little girl Goldie who was kissed by an alien. She was only 6 years old that year, and then she was adopted as a goddaughter by Steven Spielberg. Less than 2 years later, in 1984, she starred in 2 films, Fire and Stage. Both films made Drew Barrymore, who was only 8 years old, nominated for Best Supporting Actress. This is simply the template of the protagonist in the entertainment industry. With the great director Steven Spielberg as her godfather, she definitely has no shortage of acting opportunities, and every time she starred, she was recognized by the industry. But then the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. She began to get addicted to alcohol at the age of 9. At the age of 13, leaf cigarettes could not satisfy her, so she started to take cocaine. Before she was 15, she was sent to a drug rehabilitation center and received compulsory drug rehabilitation treatment several times. A girl who did not even finish high school actually wrote a book called Lost Girl in the Drug Rehabilitation Center. This girl is a typical figure in Hollywood who became famous at a young age and then quickly fell. The irresponsibility of her parents is also one of the reasons for all this. Maybe in the eyes of her parents, such child stars are tools to make money. Chapter 177. Bring in Tim Burton. Bruce Rosenblum had been observing silently during the preparatory meeting. Like most Hollywood crews, this team had a professional level of personnel, and the director could completely control everyone. After the meeting, Wayne kept the casting director again, and gave him a few more instructions. Schwartz, your main goal is to pick out talented young actors. It doesn't matter if they are a little older. We can solve this problem through makeup and post-production. By the way, call Brandon Lee and ask him to audition for the role of the Joker. No problem. After the casting director saw what he said, he nodded to the producer and took the initiative to leave the meeting room. Bruce, Wayne said as he walked out with him, the location and the funds are all in your hands, but there is one very important thing. The contracts signed by everyone in the crew must have a drug prohibition clause. This was the most irritating part for him. Not only the behind-the-scenes managers who had just participated in the preparatory meeting, but even many basic employees also like to smoke. However, the necessary restrictions must be in place. It is impossible to completely eliminate them, so the only way is to use contracts to maximize restrictions. Walking into the elevator, Bruce Rosenblum nodded silently. Not only the backstage staff, but also the contracts of actors and actresses had to go through his hands and sign on behalf of Warner Brothers. This movie is different, Bruce. Wayne looked at the rising elevator and said worriedly, the main actors are all children. If there are damn contraband in the crew, the union and the National Child Protection Organization will put the crew under a microscope, and the progress of the work will definitely be greatly delayed. The young director had a serious expression, and Bruce Rosenblum finally spoke. I understand. You don't have to worry about this. Yeah. This time when he came to the Warner building, he was also going to see the review progress of the Batman project. After all, this was the future direction he chose. There was still plenty of time, and the main thing was to find out Warner's attitude. When Wayne knocked on the door of the president's office with his assistant and producer, not only Kevin Suhara was waiting for a few people, but there was also a surprise that surprised everyone. Hi, Tim. The unexpected surprise was Tim Burton, who warmly hugged the Gothic director. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. He smiled and said, are you talking to Kevin about something? Do you want us to wait outside? Tim Burton patted him on the back and walked to the rest area together. I'm waiting for you too. Turning his head to look at him in confusion, Wayne made a phone gesture with his hand. Anything you need from me, you can call me directly. By the way, has the production of Ed Wood been completed? After everyone sat down, Tim Burton shrugged his shoulders. He was still in a neat suit with messy hair. Kevin told me that someone has snatched my new project. I threw Ed Wood aside and came here to wait for you. What? Batman? Of course. I directed the first 2 films. Although the second one didn't get a very good reputation, I still planned this Batman. I didn't expect you to also target Bruce Wayne. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel strange. This director is really stubborn. He couldn't remember everything. He didn't expect that the latter Batman was also planned by Tim Burton, and he changed his identity to become the producer. The audience may be tired of the Gothic Batman. This time I planned to ask Joe Schumacher to direct, but the project plan was returned. Wayne, are you going to direct it yourself? Looking at the CEO who had been silent all the time, Wayne knew that, since Tim Burton's project plan was returned, it meant that his plan had officially entered the review process. Maybe Warner Brothers had already started market research. Yes, I'm going to direct it myself. There was no need to hesitate. He gave the other party the answer directly. But Wayne suddenly had a new idea. Maybe we can work together, Tim. How about you be the producer? Me. This proposal was not only unexpected to Tim Burton, but even Kevin Tsujihara, who had been silent all the time, was shocked. But if you think about it carefully, it is not impossible. The genius director Tim Burton was the first person to adapt Batman into a film without discussing the audience's reputation. He is definitely one of the few people who are most familiar with this aspect and has been studying the film and television adaptation of Batman for several years. Inviting him to be the producer of the film, to control the market direction, there is absolutely no problem with his ability. What Kevin Tsujihara is worried about is whether there will be discordant voices when these two strong directors collide with a team. I need to think about this matter when I go back. Tim Burton hugged his shoulders, leaned on the sofa and thought, before the film Edward is finished, I will give you an accurate answer. Wayne saw that he was moved by this proposal. The other party's obsession with Batman was definitely enough. It all depends on the final result. His purpose is very simple. If he can bring in this genius director, how much work can he save in the early preparations? And with Tim Burton watching over the preparations, he can absolutely rest assured to make new films. This high quality labor must be brought to him. Thinking of this, Wayne smiled and said, Tim, there is plenty of time for the preparation of Batman. It is expected to take 6 to 10 months. As long as it can be completed in time for the summer of 1995. I'll wait for you. I'll call you when Edward is finished. Tim Burton raised his eyebrows and stood up, shaking hands with Wayne and the others. It can be seen that, although this man is unkempt, he is very well educated. Even the assistant Nina and Kevin Tsujihara's secretary greeted them one by one, before turning around and leaving. For Batman, Warner Brothers will approve it as soon as possible, but the investment in the film, Kevin Tsujihara pondered for a while. Such a high investment amount is definitely a big production in Hollywood. Are you sure it must be hundreds of millions of dollars? If it weren't for this production cost, based on your past achievements, the review of this film would be much simpler. In the plan that Jimmy submitted to Warner Brothers, it was already stated that this would be a trilogy series. Although only the script and plan for the first part were attached, the production cost that Wayne marked at the end was as high as $120 million. Some things cannot be saved, especially in this era. The stunt models that need to be made in advance are a huge expense. And although the film is mainly dark and realistic, it still has the most expensive special effects. Kevin, this is a trilogy series. Wayne began to explain where the money was spent. Most of the props can be used for 3 consecutive films. For example, Bruce Wayne's Batmobile and the newly designed Batsuit are all reusable, which can save a lot of money for the filming of the next 2 trilogies. As for the more expensive special effects synthesis, in the concept, this aspect of the shot has been avoided as much as possible, but this is Batman. Some things are unavoidable. $120 million is not enough for the entire project. Okay. Kevin Tsujihara knew very well that for such a film that must have special effects, every one of them would be a big spender, but just looking at this investment figure, it was still very scary. I will push for the film review as soon as possible, and the company will also conduct overseas financing as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about the funds. In a movie, there are many places that can deceive the audience's eyes, but there is only one thing that cannot deceive people, that is special effects. This thing is a matter of getting what you pay for. The effects of $10 million and $20 million are completely different when presented on the big screen. Okay. Wayne also stood up and prepared to say goodbye. I hope that we can start the preparations for Batman before the filming of it is completed. Just as he was about to open the door with his assistant Nina, Bruce Rosenblum suddenly said, "Wait a minute, Wayne. How long will it take to make? I need to communicate with the publicity department in advance. They also need to communicate with the schools about the schedule in advance. After all, this is Wayne Greenberg's new film. Production time." He thought for a while and said, "If the filming goes smoothly, it will be completed before February next year. However, Considering that we have to take care of Batman's work, the completion time will be very likely to be delayed. Let's put the film in September and give up the summer season." Bruce Rosenblum nodded. "I will communicate with the publicity department." Wayne was still thinking about this matter after leaving the Warner building. Next year's summer season can be described as a fierce competition. This time he has plenty of time, just in time to avoid those big movies. Of course, he is not afraid of the so-called competition. Since he is in this circle, every film released will inevitably be accompanied by various competitors. But since there is plenty of time, there is no need to fight against the box office bomb. What about Forrest Gump, The Lion King, and The Truck Driver's True Lies? This year's summer season is simply a battle royale. Many classic films that have been passed down in later generations are from next year's summer season. The sad thing is that Warner Brothers can almost be said to be annihilated next year, and there are no works to show. By then, Wayne feels that his weight will be more important to Warner. This is also the reason why he told the negotiation team for Warner Brothers to not be too anxious. Time is on his side. "Boss." The assistant pushed his glasses and pointed to the roadside outside the manor. "Do you want me to call her back?" In the direction of Beverly Park, Charlize Theron was walking slowly with two golden retrievers, probably wanting to walk the dogs in the park. Call her back and tell her later not to go out to walk the dogs. Damn it. Chapter 178 The Shawshank Redemption. Since Charlize Theron came to the manor, everything was as she thought. This man liked her young and beautiful self and was very generous to her, but today he was unusually cold. As the car stopped by the fountain in the small square, two golden retrievers followed Wayne and jumped down, wagging their tails and sticking to him as they walked to the lawn under the awning, where they usually like to go. "Nina, help me bring the workbook over later." Halfway through the walk, he turned around and shouted to the assistant. Nina stuck out her tongue and pulled Charlize Theron towards the main building. "Girl, this place is very big. If you like, you can take the two dogs for a stroll in the garden, or take them for a stroll behind the main building. It's also very big and the scenery is nice." But the assistant understood that this could not be entirely blamed on the girl. Although she was very precocious, she was only 18 years old. "But don't take the two dogs out. They grew up with the boss and mean a lot to him. Although this is a wealthy area, if something happens to the two dogs, believe me, the boss will go crazy. Wait for me." After saying that, Nina went upstairs. The study on the second floor was usually only for her to work, and Wayne's things were also placed there. Less than 2 minutes later, with the sound of people coming down the stairs, Nina handed a file box to Charlize Theron. "Go and give it to the boss. He won't be angry about this, but I suggest that next time you want to take the two little guys out to play, consult Hella's opinion first." South African Diamond nodded gratefully. "Thank you." Looking at the back of this charming girl, the assistant shook her head. These girls have sacrificed far more than just their bodies to become famous. Charlize Theron saw from a distance that the two dogs were lying beside Wayne, and their big heads kept rubbing against his legs. She walked up to him and handed him the big box with the documents. "Nina asked me to give it to you." "Sorry, Wayne waved his hand to interrupt her before she finished her words. "It's okay. I was too nervous. Don't take them out next time. You know, there are so many paparazzi around here every day. Who can guarantee that those people?" He shook his head, opened the box, took out the notebook, and continued to add the preparation plan for Batman. The Greenberg style horror movie is coming again. Starting from the next day, the media under Warner Brothers, including the media at the press conference, reported the news of Wayne's new film and started a round of publicity activities for the new film in advance. Young director Wayne Greenberg has started a new film project not long after the social sensation caused by Joker. This time he will adapt Stephen King's novel It. Compared with the film released by Warner Brothers in 1990, I believe that this horror story will be once again. In the office of Sony Columbia Pictures, Paul Turner put down the newspaper in his hand. This time, he was not nervous. He muttered with a smile, "You dark lunatic." Finally left the summer season, September. He turned to look at his secretary. "Tom, do we have any movies scheduled for September next year?" The Shawshank Redemption, produced by Castle Rock Pictures, is scheduled to be released in September. The secretary's voice gradually became smaller. He saw his boss and his face became ugly little by little. After waiting for a while, Paul Turner waved to the secretary, watched him turn around, and close the door and go out, and then picked up the phone to call Nikki Marvin, the producer of Shawshank Redemption. Nikki, Warner Brothers' new film, it is scheduled to be released in September next year. It will definitely affect the Shawshank Redemption. If the release time is very close, there will definitely be fierce competition. What do you think? Before the other party could speak, he added, Nikki, you should know that dark lunatic Wayne Greenberg. There was silence on the phone for a while, and a woman's voice came. I will discuss it with Castle Rock again. Paul, what do you think of this director? As an executive of a production company and a veteran Hollywood producer, Paul Turner's voice was full of helplessness. From what I know, Wayne Greenberg's films cannot be viewed in a common sense. Think about Joker, which is still being screened overseas. The global box office has exceeded $900 million US. This it is full of various social issues that he is good at. It is a complete black horror thriller. Judging from his previous films, it is almost impossible for him to fail in this new project. The only good news is that The Shawshank Redemption and it are completely two different types of films, and the audience groups are completely different. I will discuss it with the production company, but I want to hear your opinion. Nikki Marvin obviously didn't feel very good. The sensation in North America caused by Joker has just subsided for less than 2 months. I suggest not to collide head-on with that dark madman. Paul Turner recalled this year's summer season and was deeply touched. Although The Shawshank Redemption has the same audience as that movie, the audience of Cliffhanger this year is also very different from that of Joker. Once this director's movie ignites the box office, it will always be a sweeping success. To put it bluntly, neither of the two movies is a mainstream commercial film, which Nikki Marvin knows in her heart, but there are some things that she, as a producer, cannot decide. Castle Rock Pictures has already started the publicity work, especially among some book fans. I will try my best to communicate and discuss with them to see if there is any possibility of changing the release date. After hanging up the phone, Paul Turner rubbed his eyebrows with his hand, and he suddenly found the feeling a few months ago. He had seen the preview of The Shawshank Redemption. Although it was not a mainstream commercial film, its quality was definitely very rare. But when it came to the completely unreasonable Wayne Greenberg, no one could predict the consequences. In his opinion, the best result would be similar to Cliffhanger, and each of them would have their own audience. In fact, the time is still far away. If it were someone else, they would never consider the problem so early. The problem is that Paul Turner has been paying attention to Wayne's new film. If it is a film produced by his own company, he will definitely change the release date without hesitation. Columbia is only the distributor of The Shawshank Redemption. Now he just hopes that Castle Rock Pictures will not be too superstitious about Morgan Freeman and other stars. The Shawshank Redemption? At the end of October, in the Warner Film Studios, during the audition, Bruce Rosenblum nodded and confirmed Wayne's doubts. Seeing that the door of the audition room had not been opened, he continued, "This film has started its publicity work very early, and The Shawshank Redemption has a deep fan base, and the filming time is also very long. There are no secrets in Hollywood. It is said that Castle Rock Pictures' goal is the Oscar. Isn't it such a coincidence?" At this time, Wayne was also incredible. He didn't expect to encounter this famous film. This is a godlike film that has been ranked first in the film and television ratings among movie fans for many years. Of course, he had seen it more than once before, but he vaguely remembered that it was not only defeated by Forrest Gump at the Oscars, but also that the box office was not particularly high. However, one thing is certain, the film invested by Castle Rock Pictures must have made money, and a lot of money. There is only one possibility: The Shawshank Redemption performed very well in the video market. Don't worry about them. Haven't we announced the release date yet? Wayne scratched his chin lightly, thinking about whether to find a weak cement to pinch. Yes, Warner Brothers has only announced your new movie to the outside world. It will be released in September next year. I want to send some signals to those horror movie fans in advance. Bruce Rosenblum saw that the door was pushed open again, and he took the initiative to restrain his voice. The girl who came in should be the famous Drew Barrymore, the goddaughter of Steven Spielberg. She has long brown hair and is a typical American girl, but this also made Wayne frown. From an American perspective, this girl is definitely pretty, but like all American girls, she developed a little too early. If you say she is 20 years old, people will believe it. Hi, Director Greenberg. Hello, Mr. Assemblum. Anyway, she has been working in Hollywood for many years and still has basic judgment. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately set her sights on the director and producer, Miss Barrymore. Wayne tilted his head and looked at her face carefully. If you need to cut your long hair for filming, it will only be about 1/3 of your current length. Can you accept it? It can be said that this film is a group play of a group of children, or it can be said that except for certain roles, everyone has a small role, especially girls. If the other party can agree, Wayne doesn't mind giving a good guy a face. Of course, I mean no problem. The girl obviously understood the meaning. She came here for the audition and understood that, as long as she could be in this director's new film, it would mean a lot of attention. What do you think? Wayne looked down at the producer. He was not very familiar with him. This was not like facing John. He had to give him the minimum respect. Bruce Resendblum was also very good at dealing with people. He did not have any objection at all. If you cut your long hair and put on makeup, at least your image will be fine. Turning back and picking up the script page at hand, Wayne handed it to the girl. Here, Ms. Barrymore, show us a scared and panic scene. Schwartz, you play with her and play the clown. Chapter 179 Brandon Lee's audition roller coaster. While the girl was performing, Wayne and Bruce Resendblum said nothing, watching Schwartz adjust the camera and act with her. Drew Barrymore's face changed instantly, as if she had really seen a scary clown. She kept looking back, and the expression on her face changed with time. Okay, let's stop here. Almost as soon as her performance began, Wayne called a halt. Ms. Barrymore, the crew will notify your agent of the audition results later. Okay, thank you. She nodded to Wayne and the producer, opened the door and walked out. Bruce, when you talk to her agent about the contract, you must emphasize the prohibited substance clause. Wayne shook his head. This child has been reported by the media, and no one knows whether some rumors are true or false. No problem. Although this girl no longer has the spirit of her childhood, she is not unfamiliar with acting, and can be called a veteran. And she doesn't have too many scenes. Seeing that she can meet his requirements, there is no need to continue. The audition has been proceeding in an orderly manner. Most of the time, Wayne was very calm about it, and he was not as serious as he was in Joker. This is a youth horror film. To put it bluntly, it does not require high acting skills. The main perspective is on the children. As long as the young actors selected by Schwartz are not afraid of strangers in front of the camera, dare to act, and have some spirit, Wayne will not raise any objections. The door was pushed open again. This time, it was an acquaintance who came in. Brandon Lee seemed to be thinner than before. After he came in, he nodded to several people, said hello, and began his performance in front of the camera. Lee, you are not acting as a human being. Pennywise is a dancing clown who absorbs energy by scaring children. Wayne was sitting behind the camera. After Brandon Lee finished his performance, he frowned. He got the emotions of the character wrong. Listen, this clown is completely different from the clown Arthur in the previous film. Do you understand? You are just a pure monster, a monster that returns every 27 years. To be honest, if he can't even do this most basic thing, Wayne can only change his mind and change people. Brandon Lee obviously made a lot of preparations in advance, but his preparations were completely wrong. It would be better to do nothing and improvise. Give me 5 minutes. Fortunately, Brandon Lee inherited the smart brain of the Chinese. He took the scene described on a page of the script, turned around and carefully faced the wall for a while. This time, his expression changed completely after turning around. From the monitor, it can be seen that his face no longer had the nervousness of Arthur. Instead, there was another smile, gloomy and terrifying. Just like the male protagonist was really standing in front of him, he slowly squatted towards the air and turned his face to the camera. How is it this time? Brandon Lee looked at Wayne and Bruce Resendblum nervously. I'm sorry, I thought this clown would be similar to the last movie, so I practiced privately for several days. The producer was also staring at the monitor and camera. Generally speaking, the difficulty of this clown's performance was many times simpler than Arthur. There was basically no problem with his second performance. He nodded to Wayne and Schwartz, indicating that there was no problem on his side. Lee, go back and wait for notification. We will notify your agent of the audition result within 3 days. Wayne's tone was not very good. He didn't expect that he could almost mess up such a simple role and performance. Okay, thank you. After leaving the conference room, Brandon Lee patted his chest with a dejected look. He had no confidence in his performance just now. He thought it was another neurotic role with complex emotions, but he didn't expect that it was actually much simpler than he prepared. The emotions that he had finally put into the role before the audition became a complete burden on his performance. He thought that this role would definitely be his. He had inquired with Schwartz about the news. It was Wayne who specifically asked him to participate in the audition. This film was very important to him. He had participated in the previous film as a stand-in and stuntman, and witnessed how Nicolas Cage became popular all over the United States. But the opportunity finally came, but he messed it up. Lee, how was the result? Agent Jeremy Tammy was also full of confidence in his performance. Normally, with the relationship between his clients and the crew, there would be no accidents in this role. Jamie. Brandon Lee looked very unhappy and walked out of the studio. I screwed up. What? Jeremy Tammy was a little bit unbelievable chasing after his client. Hey, Lee. You should understand that this is Wayne Greenberg's masterpiece next year. It is a hot movie that countless media, film critics and fans are looking forward to. We must think of a way. If you can star in this movie, those bastards will never discriminate against your bloodline again. At the door of the studio, the agent grabbed Brandon Lee and kept telling him the importance. Damn it, it's not the fault of Schwartz and director Greenberg, it's all my own fault. He looked at his agent and told him what happened in the audition room just now. Obviously, if I just play normally, this role will definitely be mine, but because of the state of Arthur that I practiced for a few days, I performed very badly in the temporary change. It's all called the Joker, I thought. Haven't you read the original book, Lee? Jeremy Tammy also suddenly felt helpless. I thought you knew that Stephen King's original work is so famous. This is a mistake. After all, Brandon Lee is not a pure North American, especially for those best-selling authors in North America. The agent and he looked at each other, and both had the illusion that they were being fooled. Do you think I should call director Greenberg? Maybe he will give me another chance. Looking back at the direction of the conference room, Brandon Lee asked his agent uncertainly. The director's black film has made Ethan Hawke, Naomi Watts, Nicolas Cage and others famous. He also had the opportunity to catch this ride. And it's not just him. Brandon Lee knows very well how important this opportunity is. There are countless male and female actors in Hollywood who want to catch the ride of this dark director. Don't think about it, Lee. The agent patted his arm. Let's wait for the call. If we don't receive a notice from the crew before tonight, we will think of other ways. Call that director now? How could it be possible? There might be a chance for this matter to turn around. Jeremy Tammy had heard about Wayne's attitude towards his clients. However, before the evening, they received a call from Bruce Rosenblum, informing them that they could come to Warner Brothers to discuss the contract tomorrow. The role finally fell into the hands of Brandon Lee, and it was not as he worried. While the crew was busy preparing and auditioning, accountant Colin Howard brought Wayne a good news that the first director's share of Warner Brothers had arrived. Joker has now been taken off the shelves in most parts of the world, with only a few remote areas still showing it, but the global box office has exceeded $900 million, temporarily ranking first on the global box office list. Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park followed closely behind, and the box office is about to exceed $900 million. This year, most countries in the world have deeply understood the influence of Hollywood blockbusters. This time, Warner Brothers deposited the first share of $20 million into Wayne's studio account. This is also the first time that the theater has paid Warner's box office share. Subsequent shares will be paid after the film is completely off the shelves. However, Colin Howard did not touch the money this time. He is the main financial staff of the negotiation team. Looking at the current progress, not only can the money not be touched, but also Wayne stocks must be ready to sell at any time to raise funds for Warner Brothers. If we sell all the stocks, how much money can we raise now? Wayne asked curiously to the accountant who reported the progress of the negotiation to him. Most of his income in the past few years has been invested in the stock market through Colin Howard. Although he has been checking with Nina regularly, he is not sure how much money there is. About 70 million. When talking about this, the accountant almost didn't need to check and gave a surprising number. If we sell the shares of Microsoft and Oracle in our hands now, we can get about 70 million US dollars. Internet companies are now going crazy. Loan, please help me contact the bank in advance, and it would be better to loan more. Wayne exhaled a puff of green smoke and wondered if there were more ways to raise money. Now it seems that a loan is a good choice. If the house and stocks are mortgaged, it should not be a problem to raise hundreds of millions of funds in a short time. You just need to contact them in advance. But don't worry, let's see how much money can be loaned out. At least hundreds of millions. Colin Howard said confidently. He knew that his boss was almost as clean as a blank sheet of paper, except for the loans of these manners that had not been repaid. It would not be too difficult for banks to lend money to such customers with good credit and repayment ability. Moreover, it would be a pity to sell those stocks now. It would be better to mortgage them, and the stocks of internet companies are rising like crazy. Wayne, if we continue to negotiate at this speed, we will be able to negotiate with Warner Brothers before the new year. What do you think? Facing Colin Howard's question, he smiled and said, drag it on. It's better to delay it until my movie is released next year. Then there will be a bigger surprise. Remember, slowly contact. Don't rush. At the end of October, after simple preparations, the crew began to rush to Canada in several batches. Wayne also flew to Canada in advance, preparing to visit the famous Hope Port first. Chapter 180 Turn on. After waking up early in the morning, Wayne opened the curtains of the hotel, casually put on 2 pieces of clothes and a coat, and prepared to go out to see the surrounding environment and check the location that the crew was going to use again. Toronto is much colder than Los Angeles in this season, which is not good news for filming. He just hopes that the filming plan will go smoothly. If it is delayed until it starts to snow, the subsequent filming will be more difficult. Hi, Wayne. Good morning. As soon as he opened the bedroom door, a rebellious girl appeared in front of Wayne. Drew Barrymore was sitting on the sofa, obviously waiting for him. Hi, good morning. He cast his eyes on Nina, who was sitting on the other side. The latter shrugged with a helpless expression on her face. So early, what do you want to talk to me about? While changing into sneakers, Wayne looked up at the girl. Or, you should accompany Jaden and Johnson. You can have more contact together and rehearse a scene in advance. This little girl is not easy to mess with. Wayne doesn't want to play adult games with her. The relationship between them can only be a working relationship at most. Do you want to go out and have a look? Can I go with you? Although the words were a question, the girl was a man of action. She had already taken the initiative to follow Wayne, who had changed his shoes. Seeing his frown, she curled her lips and said, those kids are too childish, especially the one who plays Bill, Jaden Lieberher. He always sneaks to look at my breasts and buttocks, but he even stutters when talking to me. Ms. Barrymore. Wayne shook his head helplessly. This girl was simply not picky about food and meat. He pointed at her mouth. If you want to follow me, shut your mouth. Before going out, Sergey took the initiative to follow. Nina obviously didn't want to go out unless it was necessary. This assistant lady could stay at home for a whole day as long as she was given a magazine or a TV. Port Hope is 109 kilometers away from Toronto, about 2 hours away by car. Compared with Toronto, the scenery here is much better. As a port city, it is a shopping center for antique furniture, and there is also a very famous landscape, salmon migration. However, Wayne and his crew were destined not to see this scenery. The season was not right at all. Sergey drove the crew's off-road vehicle and took Wayne and his crew straight to the town of Hope. Because it is located between the picturesque Lake Ontario and the Northumberland Mountains, it can be said that everything along the way is very beautiful. It also has a nickname, Port of Hope, Taking you back to the past. This is considered the ancient capital of Ontario. There are only 16,000 residents living here. Wayne chose to shoot here, mainly because there is a ready-made town, and it is very quiet here, and the shooting will hardly be disturbed by any media. Compared with the scenery along the way, this town of Hope looks much more dilapidated. Luke Simmons is directing the props and set staff to modify the places needed for shooting. Wayne. Drew Barrymore followed him and didn't speak all the way. She finally couldn't help it when she got here. We are going to shoot here for a few months. Yes, so you'd better get along well with those little actors, otherwise you'll be sad without friends for a few months. No matter what the girl was thinking, Wayne would not play house games with her. She was still a minor, so even if she really wanted to do something, it was impossible. And there was a very important point. This little girl didn't look like what he liked. The weather was already very cold, which was something Wayne had never considered. Unlike adult actors, it would be more troublesome if these children got sick because of shooting summer scenes. They had already hidden in Canada to shoot, which meant that they didn't want to be troubled by the Child Rights Protection Organization. Luke, the school should remain as it is now, and there is no need to make any changes. The sewer and the cave should be set up quickly. After feeling the temperature, he continued, "It's getting cold here too quickly now. Let's finish the footage quickly to avoid any accidents." "No problem, leave it to me." Luke Simmons was also depressed about the temperature. He didn't feel cold at all when he came to scout the location, but in less than a month, the temperature here is completely different from that in Los Angeles. Wayne nodded and continued to look around the town. There were more than 100 crew members this time, and there were more than 100 people behind the scenes alone. Most of them are here to help. Before leaving, he called Zack Snyder, who was observing the camera, and whispered, "You have to pay attention to the problem of contraband. This damn place is so big that it's legal. It's more open than Los Angeles. The main actors in the crew are all children. There must be no problems." Wayne. Zack Snyder looked embarrassed. "There are so many people who like to smoke secretly, and we can't control them all. Then pray that it doesn't affect the work, and don't let me find out." Wayne was very disgusted with this matter. "Otherwise I'll let him go." After saying that, he took Sergey back to the car and returned to the hotel. Of course he knew that this kind of thing was unavoidable, and it was very common in Hollywood. He could pretend not to know about secretly smoking leaf tobacco, but if he did something else, or got caught by these kids, Wayne would definitely let him get out. In fact, he didn't find it difficult to shoot this movie. It might be easier than Get Out. After all, this is a youth horror movie. Basically, there is no need to worry about acting skills or dig deep into the characters' hearts. The most urgent thing now is the review of Batman by Warner Brothers. Only when Warner Brothers approves, and the funds are in place, can he quickly contact Industrial Light and Magic to start making all kinds of special effects and props in advance. This is the most time-consuming part, and there is also the training of Batman actors. It is necessary to audition good actors as soon as possible. The earlier you start training, the more time you will save when shooting. What are you thinking about? This rebellious girl who had been following him all the way, but had not found anyone to talk to him, was about to return to the hotel, so she rolled her eyes and said, "I found a small bar nearby. Would you like to invite me to have a drink?" While speaking, she even straightened her chest intentionally or unintentionally, and even reached out and gently scratched the back of Wayne's hand. "I'm not interested in minors. If I were you, I would put away these little thoughts and focus on the role." Her methods might work better on little boys, but they were too immature for Wayne. "By the way, if you don't perform well after the start of filming, even if Spielberg calls me, I will replace you." This sentence obviously touched Drew Barrymore's sore spot. She curled her lips. "I have so few scenes, there is almost no chance to perform poorly, Wayne. Maybe you can modify the role setting. I will definitely thank you very much." At this time, Wayne was completely sure that this girl had been completely colored by the big divat of Hollywood. This method is very common in other crews, but it is usually used on producers and only for harmless roles. I don't know whether this girl has experienced it or has seen others do it. The car stopped in front of the hotel, and he went straight back to his room. There were still a lot of things waiting for him regarding the shooting plan. As for the girl's words, Wayne just shook his head and smiled, pretending that he didn't hear it. What's wrong? As soon as Wayne entered the living room, the assistant stared at him from the moment he changed his shoes and took off his coat. Sergi was so big that she didn't even look at him. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and asked a question. Nina looked at the door first and said in a weird tone, "Where is that girl?" "Boss, I thought you would bring her back after going out for a while. This is not your style." Nina clean. Wayne was so angry at her words that he picked up the director's notebook depressedly and lit a cigarette. "Who do you think I am? I can't walk when I see a woman approaching me, and I accept everything she asks." The assistant flipped through the magazine, not realizing that he was angering his boss. "Isn't that right?" he said, while modifying the shooting plan based on the real scene he had just seen. "That girl is not even 18 years old, Nina." There was one thing he didn't say, that is, this kind of girl doesn't conform to Wayne's aesthetics. Having lived here for more than 20 years, he was indeed deeply influenced by European and American aesthetics, but there were some things he really couldn't accept. For example, Naomi Watts and Cameron Diaz, who completely conform to the aesthetics of the East and the West, are his favorites. Only if they can have their own characteristics on this basis can they arouse Wayne's interest. Charlize Theron's appearance is actually a bit hard in his opinion, but it is acceptable. After all, she has a good figure, a thin waist, long legs and a tall stature. Forget about Drew Barrymore. In the first few days after arriving in Canada, the crew was still urgently arranging props and scenery. In addition to observing once a day, Wayne spent the rest of his time working in the hotel. He has already drawn many concept drawings of Batman, which are designed slowly by combining the pictures in his mind. He is not worried about this movie, but mainly considers the beginning of the DC universe. He basically adapted the first Batman according to the beginning of the war, or called it Batman Begins. Frank Miller has not drawn this comic yet, which leaves too much trouble. For the second part of the Joker, Wayne still has many considerations to be determined, which depends on the market performance of the first part and the acceptance of the fans. A week after arriving in the town, the crew finally officially started filming amidst the turmoil. The first scene is the beginning of the film, when the protagonist Bill's brother encounters the Joker in the heavy rain. Chapter 181. The big sister takes you to smoke leaf tobacco. Boy. The little boy who played Bill's younger brother was followed by his parents. He didn't have many scenes, only a few shots, but he was the introduction to the story of the whole film. Wayne squatted down to communicate with him. "Chase the paper boat, run as you practiced before, understand? Don't look at the camera or the people around you, just pretend we don't exist." The little boy nodded with a curious look on his face. "Okay sir. Go, you will do very well." Reaching out and touching the child's head, Wayne smiled and encouraged him. There were a lot of children in the crew, and the emotions of this little actor were definitely one of the uncontrollable factors. All we could do was encourage him. This scene was relatively easy, but as everyone expected, when the props team's artificial rain fell, accidents still occurred. The child would unconsciously look at his parents every time. Cut. Rest for 10 minutes. When the situation happened again for the third time, Wayne came to the little actor's parents helplessly. They also looked at their son with concern. "Mr. Thornton, or you can stay in the car for a few minutes." He pointed to the prop trailer behind. "Little Thornton will catch a cold if he keeps getting wet. If you're not here, he might be more relaxed." "Sorry, we are just worried." "Okay, call us after the filming." Although the parents were worried about their child, they were still quite reasonable. He walked back behind the monitor and waved a signal to start again. Zack Snyder nodded, walked to the child, and gave him another order. "Everyone, step back, and keep quiet." Wayne stood directly on the chair and shouted loudly with a megaphone. "Lee, pay attention to your makeup. If it gets smudged, I'll suggest that the makeup artist mix glue into the paint." Before the filming started, the boy turned around to look for his parents again, but this time he was obviously disappointed. Surrounding him were more than a dozen cameras of different heights, a large number of crew members, and waiting young actors. The script supervisor came to the main camera again with a clapperboard. "Scene 1, Act 1, start." With the crowd watching, the child performed well this time. Fortunately, the young actors had been arranged to practice their movements before, otherwise it would be even more troublesome. The little boy ran after the boat in the heavy rain, stumbling and bumping. He hit the railing, but kept staring at the floating paper boat. Cut. Zach, let's just shoot this shot. Arrange the camera position. While this kid is doing well, keep shooting. Although Wayne could clearly see in the monitor that the little boy secretly glanced at the camera on his right when he hit the railing, he didn't intend to stick to it. He performed well in other places, so this could be cut out in post-production. Lee. He waved to Brandon Lee, who was dressed as a clown, and pointed at his mouth. I know this thing is uncomfortable to wear, but you still have to pay attention to the makeup on your face. You have no problem with the performance, but pay attention to driving the child's emotions. Brandon Lee's image changed drastically at this time. From the forehead to the back to the whole head, a special headgear was put on. The face was also covered with white paint, and the most important thing was the custom braces at the innermost part. The ugly and scary part of the clown was almost attributed to this thing. The props team made more than a dozen of different sizes and models, and used them in different scenes. The rain truck is ready. The lighting is fine. The camera crew is ready. With the sound of preparation coming from various work groups, the scene returned to silence again. Brandon Lee hid in the well-prepared sewer and stretched out his hand to make an OK gesture. Pop. As the clapperboard was pressed again, the little boy looked curiously at the sewer and saw the clown's funny and gloomy face. He was so scared that he sat on the ground. Cut. This section is okay. Take a 10-minute break and grab the makeup for that child. The main young actors waiting on the side had almost never filmed a play. They gathered together and watched curiously while Drew Barrymore stood aside. Jaden Lieberher, who played Bill, had been staring at the clapperboard since the start of filming. It was obvious that he was very curious about everything on the scene. Looking at the girl who was vaguely out of tune with him and the others, he finally plucked up the courage to walk over. Hey, Drew, I've heard a lot of people say that you've been filming since you were a kid. Can you tell me what that board with the opening is used for? He still stuttered when he spoke, but the little boy was obviously very obsessed with a bad girl who was a few years older than him. This kind of girl was very attractive to boys of this age. You don't want to date me, do you? Drew Barrymore looked him up and down while chewing bubble gum. Well, that's the clapperboard. Jaden Lieberher secretly glanced at the girl's chest and said, I'm just curious, but I don't dare to go find the adults. They all look busy. Boring tricks. The girl rolled her eyes, but still explained. Pay attention to the words on the board. It has abbreviations such as scene, shot, director, and film title. One end can be opened and closed to make a sound. This is to ensure that the sound and picture can be synchronized during post-editing. A segment must be shot before each shot, which is used by the post-editors to find the shots. A movie has at least thousands of shots. If you don't make a board, it will be a mess. Because the director never shoots in order. The knowledge the girl showed off was just basic common sense in the crew, but after she finished speaking, she found that several children were surrounding her, which made her raise her head proudly. Behind the director's monitor, Bruce Rosenblum stood beside Wayne and asked curiously, although I was very curious during the audition, I still believed in your ability. Now look. He pointed in the direction of Drew Barrymore. I understand using that girl, but the rest of the children are all novices and have almost no experience. Why don't we choose young actors with acting experience? Have you read the original carefully? Wayne retracted his gaze from the camera playback and pointed to a book that had been on the table. Bruce, this group of kids is very suitable. For example, Jaden Lieberher has a mild stutter. They are all ordinary kids, and they look more like losers compared to that girl. He looked at the kids and continued with a smile. Because they have no experience, the innocence and sense of failure they exude can perfectly show the confrontation between innocence and the cruelty of the real world. This is the core of this story. We don't use experienced young actors because they may not be able to perfectly perform the feeling of losers. This is a story of a loser alliance, a story of growing up slowly. Let those kids have more contact with Drew Barrymore. The more sense of failure the better. I need them to grow up under the camera. This is why Wayne is indifferent to the casting of young actors. He has only one requirement for Schwartz, to find someone who is as close to the character's personality as possible, and the child should be smart. His setting for the young actors in the film is a group of losers. They may have more or less defects, because of family reasons or growth reasons. The film wanted to capture the youthful feeling, so Wayne thought it would be better to just let them play their true colors. When these kids gradually gained experience and confidence in facing the camera and the bad girl, the film and camera would faithfully record everything. "You're right," Bruce Rosenblum said with a smile. "I hope this film can be as successful as your previous one. You don't know that I'm not the only one eyeing the position of producer of this crew. There are many producers who want to work with you." Wayne smiled and shrugged. He believed what the other party said, but there was a bit of flattery in it, which was hard to say. The opening scene in the rain was shot smoothly. Most of the crew members were old employees. It was not the first time they worked together. A stable team was very efficient. When Wayne called again, everyone politely applauded the little actor. This child only had these few shots. He could say that he finished the first day of shooting, but he had to add a few shots of the clown turning into him later, and those could be produced in Los Angeles. "You performed very well, boy." Kneeling on the ground and hugging him, Wayne gave the child a clown mask, which was his old routine. "Believe me, you will see your excellent performance in the cinema in the future. Of course, your parents must accompany you to watch it." "Thank you, sir." Standing up and nodding to the child's parents, they left with the first young actor who had finished filming. "Okay, take a break in advance and have lunch." Glancing at the watch on his wrist, it was not yet 12 o'clock, but the first day of filming went smoothly. Wayne still called for a break on the loudspeaker. After saying that, he walked back to his trailer, and the assistant lady had already laid out the food. "Boss, you have to be patient. There is no Chinese food here." Nina pointed to the curry beef, some salads, and sandwiches on the table. "Now these are sent by the hotel, but they taste good." But it was obvious that God did not want the crew to be too smooth. Just after Wayne took 2 bites of his sandwich, Luke Simmons and Bruce Rosenblum entered the trailer together, and their faces were no longer smiling, but full of gloom. "There's something, Wayne." Luke Simmons glanced behind him again, carefully observing the director's expression, and said, "Those kids were taken to the prop car by Drew Barrymore, and Zach is handling this matter." "What? Could it be that our rebellious girl took them to the car to teach these boys about growing up?" Wayne's tone was full of ridicule. This was nothing new. "Anyway, those kids were all minors. Don't let the news leak out. Just deal with it." "No, Wayne." Bruce Rosenblum was not as easy to talk to as Luke Simmons. He directly spit out swear words. "That damn little bi***h took them in there to secretly smoke leaf cigarettes. Mother f*** ***ker. Chapter 182 Apology. Wayne threw the sandwich into the plate, and his face immediately darkened. He had turned into an icy face when he entered the crew, and his expression became even colder when he heard the news. Who else knows about this? Did Zach block the news? He put on his coat and prepared to go see what was going on. If the parents of those children knew about it, it would be troublesome in the end. If he covered it up, it would be fine. If he didn't, he might have to pay a large sum of money to the families of those young actors. He didn't have the budget for this. Many people saw it, or heard it. Luke Simmons followed Wayne, and explained as he got out of the car. Jaden Lieberher, who has a slight stutter, smoked for the first time. After he got high, he started singing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been discovered by the prop team. Shit. Lunchtime was originally for everyone to find a place to rest, or to rest in small groups. The prop car was so big, and there were so many messy props and costumes inside, and generally no one wanted to get in there. Now when Wayne and his companions got off the car, they saw many staff members surrounding the prop car and looking inside. Most of them had a gloating look on their faces. "Luke, go and make them all leave." He walked over after he said that. The door of the car was only a small gap. After he pulled the back door, he and Bruce Rosenblum walked in and immediately closed the door. Behind him, Luke Simmons' voice could be vaguely heard, driving those people away. The space in the car was large, but there were a lot of messy things. Zack Snyder sat on a bucket with his back to the door. Opposite him were several dejected children, squatting under a row of clothes. Drew Barrymore sat cross-legged on the ground. Next to him was Jaden Lieberher, who had just woken up. The black children Jason, Jacob and Wyatt Olaf were staring at the bottom of the car, not daring to look up at people. Finn Wolf had looked proud, as if he had done something great. Miss Barrymore. Wayne bent down and looked down at the eyes of this rebellious girl. Now you tell me what happened. Don't try to lie to me, or I'll call Spielberg and have him fly over to take you away. The girl had a nonchalant expression. She had seen this kind of thing before, and the crew didn't have a good way to deal with it. At most, they would just give a warning. Especially for children like them who are under 18 years old, the normal crew basically doesn't have a good way to deal with it, and they dare not deal with it in a big way, otherwise it will be a scandal if the news gets out. But seeing the ferocious look on Wayne's face, the girl was obviously panicked and said involuntarily, "We just wanted to come in for an adventure. We found it in the prop car." He nodded, his voice full of indifference. "Very good. Then tell me now, who among you smoked that damn thing?" "Sir, don't blame Drew. I was just very curious." At this time, Jaden Lieberher, who had woken up, wanted to come forward, but as Wayne turned his head to look at him, the child's voice gradually became smaller. Turning his head with a cold face, Wayne looked at Drew Barrymore again. He obviously didn't believe what the other kids said, and continued to wait for the girl to speak. This was a very bad thing, and Wayne felt very disgusted. Every time he expressed his disgust for this thing in advance, he almost always found someone around him smoking it, as if he had a connection with contraband. Drew Barrymore lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, and whispered, "I took a puff." Jaden Lieberher took 2 puffs, and when it was Finn Wolfhard's turn, Jaden suddenly started singing, and we were discovered. "Very good. Watch your mouth, Miss Barrymore." Wayne turned back and looked at Zack Snyder and the production manager, nodded to them, and turned back to look at the girl. "Now, tell me where you found it." The girl struggled to stand up, walked to the hanger, pointed to a men's coat, and after lifting it up, she found a bag hanging on the hanger, which should belong to the same person as the coat. "I thought there would be." Wayne interrupted her and held the girl's shoulders with both hands. "Okay, they don't know anything, and I don't believe you don't know either. It's only this time, understand? I don't want to find out about something like this again. Look into my eyes and answer me. Yes, Director Greenberg, I promise it's only this time, and it will never happen again." Ever since seeing Wayne's ferocious expression for a moment, Drew Barrymore has been avoiding his gaze, even lowering her head, while making the promise. Hearing the girl's words, he turned his gaze to the children again. "What about you?" "Yes, sir, I promise. Please don't tell my parents. Please. I promise it won't happen again." The children nodded like chickens pecking at rice, especially Jaden Lieberher, who kept looking at him with pleading eyes. "Zach, take them to your trailer to eat and rest." Wayne let out a sigh of relief and said to Zack Snyder, "Keep an eye on them. If anything happens to these kids before I finish this today, no, leave it to me." Zack Snyder tilted his head towards the kids and walked away. He knew that Wayne had a reason to blame him. He reminded himself several times before filming that he must pay attention to these contraband issues. There are big gangs in this place, and these things are completely semi-legalized. It is too easy to get some. Moreover, there is a very important point. Although Luke Simmons has returned to the team, he is only the second assistant director. He is basically responsible for all the specific work in the crew. If something goes wrong, they will naturally find him. What are you going to do, Wayne? Bruce Rosenblum was particularly fortunate at this time. Fortunately, he chose this remote place for filming this time. Otherwise, with more than 100 people in the crew, the media would have come to the door long ago. As long as this matter is reported, the issue related to children will definitely touch the nerves of most people in society, and there will definitely be various investigations from child rights organizations and trade unions in the future. The suspension of the crew is a light punishment, and it is estimated that there will be huge fines and compensation. Those so-called public welfare organizations are all blood-sucking leeches. Someone doesn't take what I say seriously. Damn it. Taking off the coat and bag hanging on the hanger, Wayne kicked a clown mask away with a fierce kick and shouted to the outside of the car, Luke, come in." When Luke Simmons climbed into the prop car, he handed the things directly to him. in the other party's puzzled eyes, he said, "Go and ask who these things belong to, and then come back and tell me. FXXK. Okay." Seeing that this junior was unhappy, Luke Simmons took the things without any hesitation and turned around and got out of the car. Wayne must investigate this matter to see who is challenging his authority. He must tell all the employees of the crew to let them understand the importance of this matter. It must be much easier to find someone if the things are there. Even though the props team had the most people, this person certainly couldn't escape. Wayne and Bruce Resendblum returned to their trailers and ate together in silence. They had a tacit understanding and understood that, no matter how this matter was handled, the filming work must not be delayed. Now they were very lucky that the parents of those children did not come with the crew. Only the parents of the little boy in the opening scene came. That was because his scenes were very few and could be finished in one day. After the filming, they would fly back to North America. Otherwise, as long as the parents of those children caught this, the necessary compensation would definitely be inevitable. It's not comfortable to go back directly with hundreds of thousands of dollars when filming. But now they are not here. Even if they know about it later, it's useless. If someone makes a fuss afterwards, Bruce Resendblum, the representative of Capital, will definitely let them know what it means to be thick-skinned. Before the crew started filming in the afternoon, Rondo Darren, the owner of the big gun, was called in front of everyone. Gradually, everyone saw that something was wrong, and Wayne walked out slowly with a megaphone. "Mr. Darren, I think the contract signed with you before the crew started filming has a drug prohibition clause, right? Why? Is it that the contract cannot bind you, or that what I say is useless? This is not the first time we have worked together. Can I interpret this as you challenging my authority?" A huge voice came from the loudspeaker. Wayne was standing 1 meter away from Rondo Darren, holding a megaphone and scolding him face to face. Everyone around them instantly turned their eyes to the two people in the front. No one spoke, and the entire filming site was terrifyingly quiet. At this time, Rondo Darren, who was opposite Wayne, also realized the seriousness of the matter. Everything else was easy to talk about, but challenging the boss's authority and the crew was something that no director could tolerate. "Mr. Greenberg, listen to me. Stop. I don't need you to explain to me. I don't need you to apologize to me." Wayne interrupted him directly through the loudspeaker. "Is this your first day working in Hollywood? You can definitely imagine what the consequences will be. If you don't want me to negotiate a contract with you, now, apologize to all the staff." Rondo Darren's face instantly turned red. In his opinion, being scolded in front of so many people was already very embarrassing. After all, it was not his first day working with Wayne, and he didn't expect to apologize to everyone. Okay. Seeing that the director's face was getting uglier and uglier, he took the megaphone and turned around to face everyone. "This is my fault, sorry." After saying that, he handed the megaphone to Zack Snyder beside him and walked back with an embarrassed face. "What are you looking at? I don't want it to happen again. Keep your mouth shut and get ready to work." Zack Snyder shouted to the people around him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Overthrow the Entire Crew? The afternoon shooting was spent with all the crew members being cautious. Since Wayne forced Rondo Darren to apologize in front of more than 100 people, he has not mentioned the matter again. Most of the afternoon work was hosted by Zack Snyder, except for some things that the director was not satisfied with. Basically, even if injured more than a dozen times, he did not leave behind the monitor and did not even stand up from his chair. Usually, when the staff who were closer secretly observed the director's movements, they could only see him with an icy face, staring at the monitor with a cigarette in his mouth expressionlessly. 7 or 8 main and auxiliary cameras were surrounding the clean toilets in the school. Zack Snyder might be deliberately learning Wayne's working style and trying hard to suppress his temper with a stern face. This scene was Drew Barrymore's first appearance. Compared with those immature little actors, her performance became very good. It cannot be said that this child has no acting skills, but her corrupt living habits have worn away her childhood spirit. But the two little actors who acted with her obviously couldn't control their eyes, and couldn't help looking at the camera again and again. The two girls poured water on Drew Barrymore again and again, but Zack Snyder called them to stop again and again. All the staff members who were watching understood this matter. They could only keep grinding until the girls found the feeling of filming, and then they would naturally get better. Adult actors can still explain the play to them, but children are nervous and have not received professional training, so this method basically does not work. Zack's powder keg is about to explode. Bruce Rosenblum sat next to Wayne, watching Zack Snyder's shoulders shaking slowly due to anger. This is only the first day. Why don't you take the camera yourself? Zack's temper is a problem after all. He must learn how to be a director. Wayne, who had been smoking silently, also discovered Zack Snyder's situation. In fact, he has made a lot of progress. If this was a year ago, I'm afraid the volcano would have erupted. I have to rush back to Los Angeles in 2 days, mainly to attend the premiere of Schindler's List and to communicate with Kevin about Batman. Zack Snyder must lead the crew to continue running after I leave, otherwise he will simply resign. What about Luke? The production manager asked doubtfully. Even a fool can see that you admire Zack Snyder very much, but Luke Simmons should also have such an opportunity to practice. Wayne smiled lightly for the first time. Of course I know Luke's ability. He is a genius, but not a genius as a director. His strengths are in organization, financial control, getting along with people and meticulous patience. After practicing 2 films, he will be an excellent producer, Bruce. If he didn't say it, others would not easily discover these advantages. Now when Bruce Rosenblum thought about it, it seemed to be true. With Luke Simmons, the preparatory work saved him a lot of work time. These advantages that are not easily noticed, combined together, are not the needs of a moderate producer. Although Luke Simmons lacks the most important things for a producer, market insight and vision, he doesn't need those things at all. Because as long as he keeps following Wayne, these are not things he should consider. Zack is different. The young director has not yet been finalized, and his talent is still being revealed bit by bit. Just like now, after a little training, he can control a large crew and start shooting smoothly, which is what a director needs most. Zack and I have very similar production concepts. Even if he shoots most of the shots in this film, I guess those senior film experts will definitely not be able to tell whether it is shot by me or not. There are too few directors with similar concepts to me. There are some things that Wayne is not convenient to say. He trained Zack Snyder to control the crew and let Zack Snyder grow quickly because of the DC universe. He is sure that Batman will be released in 2 years, and the DC universe has been designed by him almost in advance. For this kind of serious dark superhero, the audience has only 2 performances, either love to death or ignore it. There is absolutely no middle value. Wayne plans to weave the universe one by one, as soon as possible, if the market response is good, to see if he can challenge the status of Star Wars as the world's #1 IP. For the job of director, even the fastest shooter can only make 1 movie a year at most, and it is not certain whether the special effects blockbusters can maintain 1 movie a year in the future. He is also a person, not a god. At this time, if Zack Snyder has trained well, not to mention reaching the full level, even if he has 80% of his original skills, it will be enough. At that time, with Wayne controlling the specific direction, the speed of weaving the universe will definitely be much faster. It can be said that Zack Snyder is the most important helper that Wayne prepared for the DC movie universe. Cut. This one is past. All departments are finished. After more than 2 hours of grinding, seeing that it was getting dark, Zack Snyder finally shouted with satisfaction, and all the behind-the-scenes staff began to quickly pack up and prepare to go back to the hotel to rest. The first day of the official shooting made everyone exhausted, and even fewer people chatted. Everyone was bowing their heads to pack up, so that they could go back to the hotel to relax early. Those 2 bixches. They splashed me more than 40 times, son of the bitch. Drew Barrymore, who had injured it for an entire afternoon, finally couldn't help herself and yelled at Jaden Lieberher, who was also the lead actor. Don't care, Nina reminded her boss in a low voice. She saw that the rebellious girl was only afraid of the director. Watching the staff packing up neatly, Wayne pretended not to hear the girls cry and said expressionlessly, "Don't care about her." After the incident, her relationship with those kids has improved a lot, which is a good thing. The assistant waved her fist behind him, said something silently, and turned around to get back in the car. But her boss seemed to know what she had done and teased her from behind. "Nina, this behavior is not ladylike." When the huge convoy began to drive out of Hope Town one after another, Wayne was the last one to get on the car, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes with peace of mind. Just like when they set out in the morning, the car slowly returned to the hotel in Port Hope, and the crowd slowly dispersed like ants. Some people went back to their rooms to rest, and some were going to the bar to have a drink, but no one noticed that a pale figure slowly walked into the city center. Rondo Darren felt like he was naked during the afternoon work. He felt that, since he apologized for the loss of face at noon, all the employees looked at him as if they were looking at a monkey. Damn, what's the big deal? Damn, FXXK*****. Muttering fiercely, Rondo Darren left the hotel and walked into the city of Port Hope alone. The next morning, facing the beautiful roadside scenery and the gradually cooling temperature, the crew convoy once again rushed to the abandoned town of Hope. With the orderly preparations, the filming started before 8 AM. "You are a girl who has to face harassment from her father, understand?" Before the first scene started, Wayne patiently explained the play to Drew Barrymore. "She is different from other children and has rich acting experience. So, put away your artificial emotions and act like a normal helpless girl." This girl once made him doubt that it would be better to just play a mean girl as long as she played her true colors. "No problem, Director Greenberg." The girl patted her chest and agreed. This kind of horror movie that does not need to dig into the inner heart of the character is really not difficult for her. Mean girls? Huh. At this moment, he suddenly seemed to have a picture in his mind. As the filming began, these forgotten pictures began to flash back in his mind. "Boss, you are distracted." The assistant lady reached out and poked him. When Wayne looked up, he saw everyone looking at him. He quickly waved his hand to indicate that there was no problem with the filming just now. He shook his head hard and threw away all the thoughts just now. He didn't have time to tinker with any chick flicks. If Batman can be successfully launched, it is estimated that his work schedule will be full before 2000. After a uneventful morning of filming, Zack Snyder was the camera operator again when work began in the afternoon. Even a fool could see that he had gained Wayne's absolute trust and was consciously training him. This kind of situation usually won't stop once it starts, unless Zack Snyder himself makes a mistake. Otherwise at least 1/3 to half of the film's footage will be shot by him. This treatment made several assistant directors of Warner Bros. Feel sour, and even Luke Simmons began to speak with sourness, but Wayne didn't care how Zack Snyder handled his interpersonal relationships. If he couldn't control it and affected his work, he would naturally come forward. As long as it involved the scenes of the young actors, it would definitely be bumpy. There was nothing that could be done about it. Wayne estimated that, when he returned from Los Angeles, the situation would be much better. "Zack, I will rush back to Los Angeles tomorrow. You and Luke must cooperate well. The filming work cannot stop." Time slowly moved forward for a week. At lunch, Wayne called the two assistant directors and the producer, and he still had to explain what he should explain before leaving. "Also, watch your temper." He turned and looked at the production manager. "Bruce, if he can't control his temper, you will take over the crew temporarily." This was said to Zack Snyder, and it was also an insurance policy left for him. Wayne continued, "Luke, the film shot every day must be checked and put back in the safe. This, FXXK, what's wrong with me? I can't see clearly, FXXK." At this time, he vaguely found that Luke Simmons seemed to have fallen on the table, and he began to see double images in his eyes, and even had some hallucinations. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" The assistant lady had been sitting behind him flipping through magazines. When she looked up, she found that her boss was waving his hands, trying to grab something, but slowly leaned down. At this moment, the trailer door was pushed open with a clang, and Drew Barrymore ran screaming. Director Greenberg, "Many people outside have fallen down. Are you?" Chapter 184. The Hollywood crew is worse than the others. The huge crew was in chaos in an instant. The actors, backstage staff and temporary workers, nearly 200 people in the shooting site, more than half of them fell down at once. Sergey carried Wayne on his back and ran forward like a madman. Facing the panicked crowd, anyone who blocked his way forward was kicked to the ground by his thighs, which were thicker than the waist of an ordinary person. He rushed to the parking lot, threw Wayne into the SUV he usually drove, started the engine, and prepared to rush to the city hospital. Take good care of the boss. Sergey, you should understand that he must not have any problems, otherwise you will never find a boss who will give you $1 million annual salary in the rest of your life. Take good care of him. Before the car started, the assistant grabbed the car window and said in a very fast tone. After that, she turned around and prepared to run back to the trailer. She had more important things to do. Damn it, what are you doing back there? The Russian bear shouted at her back. Come with me to the hospital. The boss is in this car. What are you thinking about? Nina waved her hand and rushed to the trailer without looking back. Even if she fell in the middle, she didn't care about anything. When she jumped out of the trailer again, she was holding the large loudspeaker that Wayne usually used. She climbed directly onto the car next to her and stood on the roof to shout at the panicked crowd. Calm down. Calm down and listen to me. Those who are not in trouble should call the police and call an ambulance now. Don't panic. Those who are not in trouble should call the police and call an ambulance. That's right, this crew had people who were responsible for their words, and they all fell down. If no one organized here, who knows what terrible disaster would happen. After making sure that she couldn't do anything if she went to the hospital, Nina immediately thought that she had to control the situation. Otherwise when Wayne came back, it would probably be a mess. Pay attention. Panicking won't save your friends and colleagues. Lift them into the car and drive them to the hospital if you can. I repeat again, call the police and call an ambulance if you are fine. The crowd noticed Nina on the roof of the car. With someone controlling the scene, they slowly calmed down and began to call the police and call an ambulance in a planned manner. The screams and cries for help at the scene gradually became smaller. Nina's ordinary appearance at this time became the backbone of everyone. The incident happened too suddenly. The person who had just had a meal together suddenly fell down talking nonsense. At that moment, the town was simply blown up. No one understood what was going on. When Wayne woke up again, it was already the third day. After opening his eyes, he found a room full of people. Anna Greenberg was sitting on his bed, and old Reuben was walking back and forth around the ward with a big belly. This ward is very large. This was his first impression when he opened his eyes. There were many people in the room. In addition to his parents, there was also Naomi Watts who fell asleep on the bed on the other side. Jeff Robinov and John Gray were standing by the window. Sergey was sitting at the door of the ward. Nina was standing beside him. And the most surprising thing was Bella Grant, who was also sitting there. The woman was dressed in a professional suit as always. There was also a doctor who had been staring at him. From his gray beard, it could be seen that he was not young anymore. Seeing that he had woken up, the doctor asked him in accented English, "Do you feel any discomfort now? Mainly, will you see double when you see things? Do you still have hallucinations in your mind?" After carefully feeling his condition, Wayne shook his head in front of a group of people. "No. What happened? I felt like I was flying. Was it food poisoning?" The doctor with a mask shrugged, opened his eyes and observed, and explained after confirming that there was no problem. "You can say that phencyclidine, or PCP, was found in your lunch. The police now suspect that someone maliciously poisoned you. But you are not in big trouble. The person who poisoned you is obviously an amateur. Take some rest and you can be discharged in 2 days. FXXK. Wayne cursed in his heart. This good thing happened to him again. His agent Jimmy said that he felt like he was cursed. Every time he went anywhere, there would be problems. Now think about it, there is nothing wrong with what he said. Mom, Dad. He leaned back hard, and Naomi Watts put a pillow behind his back. "I'm fine. Why did you all come here? Boy, do you think your mother and I are willing to take that damn plane?" Old Reuben saw that he was fine, and returned to his smiling state. "We saw it on the news. Now there are so many people downstairs in the hospital. He cast an apologetic look at Jeff and the others, and then looked at his assistant. Seeing that he had woken up, Nina also returned to her usual state. She walked to the bedside, pushed her glasses, and said, "You are not the only one who was poisoned, boss." At that time, more than 80 people in the crew were poisoned. I had to call the police and an ambulance. First, several small media here, and then. She raised her eyebrows and pointed in the direction of the window. Those who remembered started to come in waves, and now people are constantly rushing over. Who did it? Rondo Darren. He went to the port to get phencyclidine. This thing can cause hallucinations when taken in small quantities. A large dose will cause people to fall into shock, and the body and brain will enter a state of self-protection. However, if rescued in time, there will be basically no lethal effect. I was the first to take a knife for the truck driver. When Wayne heard about this, he immediately thought of Titanic. Although the reasons were different, the results were definitely similar. I don't know what some people think in their heads, and there are many such people in Hollywood. The truck driver didn't know if he would catch up with the film in a few years. That was the highest grossing movie before Avatar. Not only did people almost drown during the filming, but James Cameron was also poisoned because of a strange logistics brain circuit. In fact, it's not just the crew of it that was unlucky this year. If you compare them, they might still be lucky. The crew of Forrest Gump was even more unlucky. First, because of the Paramount acquisition case, the filming was suspended just a few days after it started. When the company stabilized and the project started filming again, it encountered a dispute with the original novel. When the original author Winston Grumman was dealt with, the crew filmed very smoothly. When most of the work was about to be completed, an inexplicable fire broke out on the crew, which happened to burn most of the filmed films. So this is a circle of comparing the worst and the most miserable. There is no more unlucky, only the most unlucky. Of course, some things cannot be investigated in depth. Once you investigate in depth, the water behind becomes muddy. Nina, help me call Steven Spielberg and tell him that I can't go to the premiere of Schindler's List. Let Jimmy go in my place. No problem, boss. Nina pointed to the newspaper on the cabinet. I think Mr. Spielberg already knows. Even if you can't be there, he will understand. Anna Greenberg, who hadn't had time to speak yet, stood up, reached out and gently stroked her son's face, then turned to look at Naomi Watts and Bella Grant. Baby, your dad and I will go back to the hotel to rest. After we finish talking about business, let Nina call us. Okay, Mom. John and Jeff came up to them after the couple left the ward. Fortunately, the children didn't have time to eat those things, otherwise there would be more trouble. Now you are the most poisoned in the whole crew. I don't know whether this is lucky or unlucky, Jeff Robinoff said with emotion, looking at this unlucky guy with a strange look in his eyes. Fortunately, except for the director Wayne, the others were fine. They woke up one after another after being sent to the hospital, and most of them have been discharged and returned to the hotel. Moreover, the young actors had an accident before they had time to eat lunch, which also avoided a greater impact. Unfortunately, Wayne, who was stronger than most people, was taken care of by the other party. According to the criminal's confession, provided by the police, he deliberately put several times more weight in the cod sandwich that the director liked to eat. That damn lunatic, I guess he will spend the rest of his life in prison. John also shook his head with emotion. That's also an unlucky guy. Don't worry, Warner Brothers won't let him feel comfortable. We are also going back to the hotel, and someone on the crew has to comfort him. Before leaving, the two people also looked at the two beauties with a gloating look, leaving him with a look of wishing him the best. Sergey and Nina also followed him out, and they also closed the door of the ward timidly. Nina's complaints could still be heard faintly. Big guy, you should stay inside. If those two women fight, at least there won't be blood if you're here. The three people in the room obviously heard this, but what Nina expected didn't happen. Bella Grant came to the bed with her huge breasts trembling. She nodded politely to Naomi Watts before gloating, I want the exclusive right to report this. I don't know how many people are waiting for the news. Can I report that you woke up? Wayne rolled his eyes and took his attention away from the tall breasts. It's up to you. You should know what you can and can't say. Bella, thank you for coming to see me. He knew very well that the relationship between them was at most a relationship of mutual attraction. This beautiful reporter had never accepted a penny gift from him. It was very good for her to come to see him, no matter what the purpose was. And even if this woman maintained a relationship with him, she had never reported any exclusive news privately. This was what Wayne admired about her. This is an independent, principled woman. Chapter 185. Many people died in the Hollywood crew. I'll go back and write the manuscript. Bella Grant turned around and left, waving her hand behind the man and woman, and left the wood without hesitation. Naomi, you didn't come to see me because you saw the news, did you? Wayne picked up the newspaper on the bedside table and looked at the sensational headlines and was thrown back on the bed. Naomi Watts picked up the newspaper and reached out to gently touch his face. Wayne, you almost died. Do you know that? Her tone revealed a strong fear. Don't think I'm joking. You know how dangerous this time. Feeling the warmth of the hand on his face, Wayne turned his head and gently kissed the back of the woman's hand. He raised his arm and grabbed Naomi Watts' hand and gently stroked it. This matter was of course very dangerous, and he himself was also very scared. At that time, there were two shadows in front of his eyes, and the hallucination that followed really scared him. But before he could feel much fear, he went into shock. Okay, I admit that I'm also very scared when I think about it now. But the only thing that makes me feel lucky is that no one in the crew died because of this. Facing the woman's worried eyes, Wayne seemed to suddenly remember something when he said this, and sat up suddenly, looking at Naomi Watts and asked, has that kid Brandon Lee been poisoned? How is he? Naomi Watts showed a confused expression, not knowing why he suddenly went crazy again. It was the clown in the crew, Lee. No, he and the little actors didn't have time to eat lunch. It seems that those actors were fine. They were still removing their makeup and changing clothes when you all fell down. Naomi Watts thought about it, then picked up the newspaper that Wayne had just thrown and pointed it to him. The news report clearly stated that the 80 or so people who were poisoned this time were all behind the scenes staff of the crew. Wayne muttered softly, that's good, otherwise it would be too evil. It's not his fault that he was worried. He could remember a lot of such trivial things as soon as he thought about them. The death of people in the crew was not new. Not to mention the poisoning of the crew on James Cameron's ship, especially during the filming of the recent Twilight Zone, awaiting arrest scene. Due to the mistakes of the prop master and pyrotechnician, the explosion range was not controlled well, and the powerful aftermath of the explosion overturned the helicopter. The helicopter crashed directly into the river, and 6 people were injured at the time. What's more terrible is that the propeller of the helicopter directly crushed Vic Morrow in the river. The 2 young actors in his arms were also beheaded. The consequence was that the family of the young actors sued relentlessly, and director John Landis made a huge compensation for this. There was also the legend of Genghis Khan. After the filming was completed, more than 90 of the 220 crew members were diagnosed with cancer on the spot, including the film director Powell. It can be said that these 90 people began to die one after another before the movie was released. The producer, who's finally spent tens of millions of dollars to recycle all copies of the movie The Legend of Genghis Khan, making the movie completely disappear from the public eye. Therefore, the Hollywood crew has never been a safe job, otherwise those third-party guarantee insurance companies would not make a lot of money. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm this time and no one died. Wayne is still half believing and half doubting this kind of evil thing. After all, his origin is evil enough. What? Naomi Watts didn't hear his mumbling clearly and asked a little strangely. Nothing. You left the promotion work of Mrs. Doubtfire and came to Canada. Is it okay? Wayne changed the subject and asked about the new movie of the Australian beauty. Naomi Watts shook her head indifferently and her face was constipated when she mentioned the new movie. Pierce Brosnan and Robin Williams don't get along in various ways. They always compete secretly every time they go on a promotional show, and director Chris Columbus doesn't want to get involved in their mess. I thought only actresses would have this kind of problem, but I didn't expect that those male stars who have been famous for many years would also play this trick. The schedule of the promotional activities is simply terrible. Compared with the 3 big names in the crew, Naomi Watts is obviously not enough to be with them. It is normal for Hollywood crews to have unequal pay for equal work, and the status of women is incomparable to that of men. Now the only well-known female superstar who can steadily get a 20+20 salary is Julia Roberts. But even Julia Roberts can't compare with male stars of the same level in The Crew or in The Circle. These phenomena exist objectively. Naomi, don't be anxious. Wayne patted Naomi Watts' hand. As long as you continue to develop normally, your status and value in the industry will be greatly improved after this film. Also, if you have time, you can read some legal books to understand the working status of prosecutors and leave time for me next year. It seems that there will be an unexpected surprise on my trip to Canada. Naomi Watts understood that the role left for her must be very good, which is much more reliable than letting her agent go out to take random roles. Do you want me to express my gratitude to you, Wayne? She looked at the layout of the ward, quietly put one hand into the quilt, and looked at the changes in the man's expression with a charming face. As she moved, Wayne looked at this woman helplessly. It was true that she made him obsessed with her, and he also had a special feeling for her, but he had just woken up and was obviously very weak. This woman was provoking and retaliating against him. Hey, Nami. Do you think I can still enjoy your thank you with my current physical condition? Damn it, don't challenge my bottom line of patience. Since arriving in Toronto Hopeport, he has been living an abstinent life, but now is obviously not a good time. Wayne feels that his stomach is about to be flattened, and he has almost no strength in his body. Looking at the frustrated big boy, Naomi Watts showed a wicked smile and looked back at the wards. She withdrew her hand that Wayne had been holding, gently covered his eyes, and said, "Close your eyes, boy." Then she tied her hair up with a smile, lifted the quilt and crawled in. Just when Wayne just woke up, someone far away in Los Angeles was also paying attention to the news. Although this poisoning incident did not cause serious consequences, it was widely reported by the media. More than 80 people were poisoned in the crew of Warner Brothers' new film It, the worst of which was director Wayne Greenberg. According to our reporter from Toronto, Canada, director Wayne Greenberg is still in a coma. The local police station learned that the poisoner, Rondo Dillon, was a props staff member of the crew. After being reprimanded by director Wayne Greenberg for his mistakes in his work, he impulsively poured phencyclidine into all the food of the crew, causing more than 80 people to be poisoned and in shock. This detailed report from the New York Times made Nikki Marvin almost jump with joy. As the producer of The Shawshank Redemption, she communicated with the producer Castle Rock Entertainment twice in a row, but did not get the results she wanted. This masterpiece, which is also adapted from Stephen King's novel, is an important plan of Castle Rock Pictures for its Oscar ambitions. It is impossible to easily change the release schedule just because it conflicts with a horror film, affecting the Oscar strategy that the company has set in advance. Although both are Stephen King's works, The Shawshank Redemption has a strong fan base and is much more popular than horror stories like it. For these reasons, Castle Rock Pictures will not easily change the release date. Now, whether the horror film can be completed as expected is a problem. Nikki, this is good news for us. The film's director Frank Darabont also withdrew his eyes from another newspaper with a gloating smile on his face. The French director Frank Darabont also has a strong sense of crisis about Wayne's new film. Only people in the industry can feel that competing with a continuously successful opponent requires too much pressure. Moreover, this director is still the world's #1 box office holder for the time being. No one believes that he will make mistakes himself, but the pleasant surprise still comes, isn't it? Don't be happy too early, Frank. Nikki Marvin also had a happy look on her face, but she kept a cool head. This It is a black horror film, which is exactly what Wayne Greenberg is good at. I guess the shooting speed will not be affected too much. Then let's find something for them to do. Morgan Freeman, who looked honest and kind, interrupted the producer before she finished her words. No one knows what this black gentleman thinks, but as a major participant in The Shawshank Redemption, his words undoubtedly speak out the thoughts of several people. This man, who is considered the most successful black man in Hollywood and a representative of gentlemen in various films, said something that was not gentlemanly at all. Although it was filmed in Canada, the main participants are still North American actors. Can we contact the child rights protection organization and ask them to check the physical and mental conditions of the young actors in this incident? Well, I remember that the working hours of child actors are very limited every day, right? As a woman, Nikki Marvin can do well in Hollywood, but it is not just the vision of the producer that counts. Don't put too much hope on these measures. Those rights organizations are nothing more than causing trouble for them. In the end, it still depends on the performance of the film and the market. Although she said so, Nikki Marvin would not fail to do everything she should do if she wants to get along well in this circle. Struggles can be said to exist all the time. Nikki Marvin is very willing to see any trouble caused to the other party. Chapter 186. You are the king of the world. Not only Nikki Marvin thought so, but Morgan Freeman, who always presented himself as an elegant and good man, also had the same idea. He didn't really have those thoughts when he said he hated Wayne Greenberg. The performance of this young director in recent years was like a cheat. This child in Morgan Freeman's eyes achieved what most people in Hollywood would find difficult to achieve in their lifetime in just 3 movies. For such a person who rose up quickly, it was the existence that old school people like him were most reluctant to see. Which of them didn't spend most of their lives from becoming famous to achieving their current status in the circle? But a young man achieved the same achievement in 3 to 5 years, or this might not be the end. This is a part of human nature. Even friends around you want you to live well, but don't want you to live too well. In fact, Morgan Freeman didn't say some words. In his heart, he was full of absolute confidence in the film The Shawshank Redemption, which was also the peak of his acting career for so many years. Just as the producer said, the final victory or defeat still depends on the film and the market. He believes that this film will shock everyone, and he also believes that The Shawshank Redemption will easily overwhelm the horror film It. Now he hopes that Warner Brothers will announce the screening date earlier. No matter which weekend in September, it will be affected by The Shawshank Redemption. He has the confidence that this film will become a masterpiece of his career. Just when Wayne was discharged from the hospital and returned to the hotel, before he had time to understand the situation of the crew, 2 African American women from the North American Miners Protection Organization rushed to Hope City, Toronto. After notifying the crew, they immediately interviewed several young actors. This matter was not communicated with the crew at all. They are a non-profit social organization, which makes the 2 black women fearless. But the result is not as bad as imagined. No children were implicated in the poisoning incident, which made the 2 women have no good way to do it, even if they wanted to. Under the protest of Warner Brothers executive Jeff Robinoff, the crew finally resumed filming after a week of suspension for investigation. In and outside the abandoned town of Hope, more than a dozen cameras of different heights surrounded several children, who were preparing to jump into the water one by one. The sooner this scene was filmed, the less suffering it would suffer. After all, the weather here was getting colder day by day. A large number of media reporters were outside the isolation circle of the crew farther away. After the poisoning incident, except for the Los Angeles Times that published the news of the incident, Wayne and the crew did not accept any media interviews until the crew resumed work a week later. It, Scene 42, Act 3, Start. With the sound of the clapperboard slap, several children of the Losers Alliance jumped into the water, happily enjoying their childhood. This scene is mainly to show the beauty of youth. Everyone has a pre-adolescent youth, and this period of time is a particularly beautiful memory in life. Just like Stephen King's original work The Clown, Wayne not only tried his best to stuff horror information into the film, but also showed the true beauty of youth through the simple performances of these children. In fact, the children in the film all have more or less unfortunate aspects of life, but even after experiencing horror and destruction, Wayne will not let this become a cruel story of youth. Those who have watched the film will find that this is a journey to regain the beautiful element of youth. Okay, this shot is past. Not long after, when Wayne called this shot, several props team employees quickly took thick coats to wrap up the children. After a long shot was shot, the crew entered the break time. Wayne carefully watched the playback of the shot, stood by the monitor with a cup of coffee, and observed Zack Snyder directing the props team and the set team to prepare for the next scene. We have not been accepting interviews. Will those reporters keep surrounding the crew? Brandon Lee, dressed in a clown costume, walked to Wayne and looked at the reporters in the distance worriedly. This will definitely affect the filming. No. Wayne took a big sip of coffee, as if he didn't see those people. Those people will leave on their own if they don't get what they want for a long time. We can't let this matter continue to be hyped up, otherwise it will bring unpredictable effects. Wayne is right. Bruce Rosenblum was also knocked down before, but his condition was not serious, and he recovered in less than a day. When winter comes in this damn place, we don't know when it will snow. We must hurry up to complete the filming task and keep silent to the media. Congratulations, Wayne. This is the main purpose of Bruce Lee's coming here, just to congratulate the other party. Although many people in the crew have said this today, he still hopes to say it again in person. You are already the best in the world, Wayne. This is like a miracle. After entering November 1993, there were less than 150 theaters in North America that were still showing Joker. After half a year of long-term screening, the North American box office finally successfully reached $350 million, second only to Spielberg's Jurassic Park of $357 million, ranking second in the history of North American box office. At the same time, it holds a lot of records, including the fastest film to break through $100 million, the fastest film to break through $200 million, the fastest film to break through $300 million, the highest grossing R-rated film, and the highest first week box office. In contrast to the North American box office, the overseas screenings have always been ahead of Jurassic Park. Just yesterday, according to the news released by Warner Bros. Media, Joker successfully broke through $1 billion at the global box office. With the global screening being very good, Joker was the first to break through $900 million as expected. This is nothing. Jurassic Park followed closely and also broke through $900 million, but Joker is the first film in the world to break through $1 billion. At the same time, it also ranks first in the global box office list in film history. Whether Jurassic Park will surpass it in the future, Steven Spielberg and the producer Universal Pictures have expressed little hope in interviews. This is the first film in film history to exceed $1 billion worldwide, and it is also the first time that more than 80 countries in the world have witnessed the horror of the Hollywood film industry. The reason why the media surrounding the crew refuse to leave is largely because they hope to interview Wayne. The film itself is a non-realistic theme. Everything is fictionalized by Wayne, based on the DC world. Warner Bros. Did not intend to achieve any success in the awards. However, when the box office of the film exceeded $1 billion, the situation became confusing again. Joker has no lack of topics since its release, and its social attributes are awful. Even if this film is released 20 years later, its influence and incitement on society are the most powerful. At the same time, the film's in-depth exploration of the characters is deeply in line with the tastes of the old men and the Academy. This forced Warner Bros. To change its strategy. Before entering 1994, it announced yesterday when announcing the box office that it would apply for multiple Oscars for Joker. It is hard to say whether it can win the award in the end. It is undeniable that, as long as Warner Bros. Works hard on public relations, a series of nominations are inevitable. Now North American media critics and even general movie fans are looking forward to the arrival of the award season. They all want to know whether the old men in the Academy will break the convention of not awarding the Best Director Golden Man to non-realistic films because of the unprecedented box office success of Joker. It's not that there is no hope. Except for not being a realistic film, everything about Joker is very consistent with the academic aesthetics. Perhaps the biggest disadvantage of this film is that the box office is too high. The Oscars never like high-grossing films. They think that such films are too commercial. After the morning shooting, this short shot of several children playing in the water was successfully shot, and all the staff withdrew back to the town. In Wayne's director's trailer, everyone who had just finished lunch was also discussing the Oscar journey of Joker. The most controversial issue was whether the Academy would make an exception and give him a little golden man for Wayne and Joker's contributions to Hollywood. What do you think, Wayne? Luke Simmons had been arguing with Zack Snyder for a while. He took a sip of coffee and turned his eyes to the main person. I think that with your use of Joker in many countries around the world, you have greatly promoted the influence of Hollywood movies and the Hollywood film industry. Those old men will also make an exception and give you an Oscar for Best Director. Luke Simmons was telling the truth, and everyone in the car agreed. I'm afraid all Hollywood practitioners will admit that, in promoting the influence of Hollywood movies to the world, the relevant personnel in the circle should thank Wayne. But no matter how excited they were, and how heated the discussion was, Luke Simmons even took a newspaper and read the film critics' report to Zack Snyder and Bruce Rosenblum. It seemed that all this had nothing to do with Wayne. He never showed an excited expression on his face, nor was he excited about this matter. This was obviously abnormal. Don't think too much, Luke. No matter how heated the discussion in the outside media is, don't take it seriously. Halfway through, Nina saw her boss starting to look for something in the car. She rolled her eyes, took out a pack of Marlboro from her bag, and handed it to him. Wayne skillfully opened a cigarette and lit it. After taking a puff of smoke, he continued, if it was released 2 years ago, or 2 years later, Joker might have been able to rely on its social appeal and the achievements you mentioned to make the old men willing to make an exception for me. But this year, it's totally impossible. Why? What? Several people asked at the same time. Schindler's List. Chapter 187. Only a fool would take the media group lightly. With Schindler's List, Wayne would never have any illusions. Any director who meets Steven Spielberg this year would have to lower his proud head. In terms of commercial achievements, this old Jewish man has Jurassic Park, which is the #1 box office in North America, and Schindler's List is a killer for all Jews. The controllers and most executives and practitioners in Hollywood or industries related to the media industry in North America are composed of this ethnic group. This is a fact that everyone tacitly accepts. So, Luke, don't have any illusions about this. Wayne picked up the director's notebook and began to arrange the afternoon shooting plan. Warner Brothers' publicity is for the offline distribution of Joker. We must not take it seriously. With the publicity resources of Warner Brothers and Time Warner, does Wayne have a chance to win the little golden man? Absolutely, but anyone with a discerning eye can understand that the chance is definitely less than 10%, and Warner Brothers has to mobilize all its public relations resources. The truth is so cruel. Wayne is too young. Although he is also a so-called one of us, he is obviously at a disadvantage compared to Spielberg. In addition, everyone in the Jewish circle has a consensus that Wayne belongs to the future, and he will definitely have his own little golden man. It depends on whether he is willing to shoot an Oscar homework after his influence is deeply rooted in a few years. Warner Brothers' purpose is also very clear. If there is no hope, they will follow the plan, get more nominations, and take the opportunity to release videotapes, sell TV rights, and sell various authorizations to make money. As usual, Zack Snyder will still be in charge of the afternoon shooting. Wayne hid behind the monitor, holding a cigarette, and watching the crew work expressionlessly. After the crew finished work, he returned to the hotel to see the scenery with Naomi Watts, or simply hid in the room and didn't come out, looking for memories of the small apartment and rolling in the sheets all night. Time slowly moved forward. In mid-November, the Australian beauty returned to North America. After attending the premiere of Mrs. Doubtfire, she started a busy promotional campaign with a crew and began to fly around the United States. Mrs. Doubtfire dominated the November schedule as Wayne expected. It earned more than $65 million in the first weekend and easily won the weekend box office championship. Chris Columbus's family movies, especially those for young children, are still well received by fans. Wayne has always felt that this director is the most underestimated commercial film director. It seems that the best way for Warner Brothers to invite the little wizard to open the film is to invite him. The shooting progress of it is very smooth, which is related to Wayne's low requirements and the skilled cooperation of the crew members. When the first snow came in December, they had shot about 3/4 of the footage. Wayne is confident that he can finish shooting all the footage as soon as possible. Clear the scene now, everyone back off, keep quiet. Looking at the prop corpse hanging in the cave, Wayne personally took the megaphone and directed the crew. Robert, the main camera, follows Brandon Lee, and the medium shot keeps following, capturing the entire fight. Tom, your 3 cameras point at the children. Close-up shots. Over the past week, the prop team has been busy setting up this venue, which is where the children muster up the courage to fight the clown. Especially the hanging corpses, each one is lifelike, which makes people sweat. After 2 months of getting to know each other, the children have a tacit understanding. Facing more than a dozen cameras flying up and down, they no longer feel tense at the beginning. This is one of the biggest gains. These little actors have only now become basically qualified actors. Although they still make stupid mistakes from time to time, they have understood what filming is all about. After receiving a signal from Luke Simmons, Wayne yelled into the megaphone again, "All irrelevant personnel, please step back and keep quiet. Robert, pay attention to the main camera angle." When the scene was ready and the cave was quiet enough, Wayne announced the start of filming. Facing the fear of the clown, several young actors raised their courage, began to show their solidarity, and began to fight the clown together. 7 teenagers, each of them has their own fear. When fear appears, and the clown appears, they can finally face their fear, and are willing to fight and defeat it. The greatest significance of this play is also here. This is the emotional point specially designed by Wayne. At this point, the audience will face the horror illusion with all the teenagers. Whether it is the evil ghost in the painting, the leper, the decapitated ghost, or the ghost in the fire, the audience can see what the teenagers see, and the audience can also feel everything the teenagers feel. The purpose is to allow the audience to empathize with the teenagers and avoid any estrangement. After one horror bridge after another, the ones in the middle are not boring plots, horror for horror, but the real encounters of the teenagers in their cruel youth. Have you ever been alone and friendless and encountered school violence from bad boys? Have you ever encountered the morbid protection of your mother? Have you ever been despised by your cold and harsh father? Have you ever been sexually abused by your perverted father? Yes, Wayne's methods are not clever at all, and he still plays the trick of empathy and sympathy, especially this scene, which is completely naked to let the audience release their emotions. Wayne has mastered this trick to perfection. From the attempts and accumulation of Happy Death Day to Get Out, to the superb use of it in Joker, what he has always done is to use the lens to pull the audience into the story, into the plot, and experience everything he designed with the protagonist. The general public and the media are only surprised by the dark style in his movies, but ignore the real core of his shooting, which has always been this trick. Wayne's movies do not have big scenes and big special effects to attract the audience's attention and stimulate their adrenaline and dopamine secretion, but they can always achieve high box office, relying on these. Cut. This one is okay. Everyone, take a break. Several teenagers and Brandon Lee were pulled up by everyone, their faces covered in dust. The assistants brought them hot wet towels. Brandon Lee was different from those heartless kids. He took the towel and didn't bother to wipe his face. He rushed to the monitor and watched the playback of the long shot with the director. This shot is good. Wayne looked at the dedicated actor beside him and rarely praised him. Compared with those teenagers, Brandon Lee understood the importance of this opportunity better. His characteristic was that he had practiced martial arts since he was a child, and he could do those difficult movements with ease. And it was very different from the impression. His acting skills were very good, and he was definitely more than enough to play this clown. Thank you, Mr. Greenberg. He forgot that he still had ferocious fangs in his mouth, and he approached Wayne and nodded to thank him, which scared his director. Damn it. Wayne looked up and saw the terrifying fangs like weeds, which were definitely no more than 10 centimeters away from his face. This sudden face-to-face appearance scared him a lot. F***K. Lee, stay away from me. Woo. Oh. The filming went very smoothly, and everyone was in a good mood, especially when they saw the clown frighten the director ice face, which made everyone even better, and everyone started to make fun of him. Even the production manager, Bruce Resendblum, who had been invisible, started to make a joke. Lee, this movie will definitely be a hit in the United States. You can actually scare the director of the movie. This clown will definitely become a nightmare for many people. There were good-natured laughter all around. Wayne glanced at Brandon Lee and sat back in the director's chair. But it didn't take long, and Brandon Lee, who had taken off his fangs this time, ran over again, with a playful look on his face. What's the matter? Wayne asked unhappily. Our competitors are in for a good show. He held a copy of the Los Angeles Times in his hand and pointed at the headline of the entertainment section with a gloating look. "I just found it. Take a look for yourself. It's really interesting." Oh. Not only Wayne himself felt strange, Zack Snyder and Bruce Rosenblum also looked over curiously. Taking the newspaper handed over by Brandon Lee, he saw the title in bold and large on the entertainment section. "The gentleman shell of Morgan Freeman, the star of The Shawshank Redemption, is broken." Recently, Morgan Freeman, a famous Hollywood gentleman, is busy with the production of The Shawshank Redemption, but he still did not forget to date his lover. A reporter took a photo of the hotel where he dated his lover, but the true identity of the lover was shocking. It is reported that the girl who checked into the hotel with Morgan Freeman is his granddaughter. This unethical twisted relationship was exposed, and the coat of this famous gentleman in Hollywood and even North America was instantly stripped off, and he was condemned by people from all walks of life in society. This explosive news came out of Wayne's mouth, and the people around him were shocked. Even director Greenberg, who was holding the newspaper, was stunned by this explosive news. Did this old bastard really do that with his granddaughter? Nina's jaw dropped in surprise, and she couldn't help but ask. Among these people, only Bruce Rosenblum had a smile on his face, looking confident. This scene fell into Wayne's eyes, and he stared at it, and asked in a low voice, "Warner Brothers. Bruce Rosenblum is not just a production manager. He was a senior executive in the distribution department before, so he must know more." He snorted and said, "Don't think that no one knows about the little tricks used by the producer of The Shawshank Redemption. Those two bitches from the children's rights organization would not come to Canada for no reason. Do you think anyone can tamper with Warner Brothers' project? Don't be silly. If the media group wants to investigate anyone's scandal, isn't that too easy?" Chapter 188 Me Too. This interesting news made Wayne and others who were deep in Toronto, Canada, all sigh. The North American public knows what kind of Hollywood stars are. I'm afraid that everyone is used to seeing things that are too outrageous, but this incident really touched the sensitive nerves of many people. This incident is just like what Bruce Rosenblum said, everything is just the beginning. Since Warner Brothers has taken action, it will never be a painless exposure. Wayne hurried to shoot the remaining shots in Hopetown, hoping to get the few remaining real shots done before it gets cold. After all, in January in Canada, it is impossible to work outside. But this did not affect their understanding of the progress of the incident. On the first day, it was only reported on the entertainment pages of newspapers with good relationships, such as the Los Angeles Times, Los Angeles Daily Entertainment, and Entertainment Weekly. On the second day, things could not be stopped. First, Morgan Freeman's assistant was interviewed through the media. She boldly told the experience in front of the camera. "I was a crew assistant in the movie The Shawshank Redemption starring Freeman this year. Freeman often touched me improperly and made comments on my body and clothes every day. He kept trying to lift my skirt and ask me if I was wearing underwear." Alan Arkin, a fellow actor in our group, once told Freeman to stop. Freeman was scared and didn't know what to do for a while. And once there is one, there will be a second and a third. Another woman took the initiative to find the reporter and also claimed that she had been sexually harassed by Morgan Freeman. "That was when I was working on the set of The Unforgiven crew. My colleagues and I were sexually harassed by him many times. He really likes to comment on our bodies. We know that if he wants to come over, we can't wear any clothes that highlight our breasts and buttocks. Don't wear any fitted clothes. This is just the beginning." In the news report of CNN, a subsidiary of Warner Brothers, a commentary investigation program was specially customized for this elegant African American gentleman. The news first listed his inappropriate behavior, including staring at women's breasts, massaging an intern's shoulders, asking a woman about her feelings about sexual harassment, and asking women to spin around for him. Including the 2 women who were interviewed before, 16 women communicated with CNN this time, 8 of whom said they were harassed, and the other 8 said they witnessed Freeman's improper behavior. This is just a variety of information from a few days ago, when the crew of The Shawshank Redemption and Castle Rock Pictures and CAA agency were doing emergency public relations. A follow-up report from the Los Angeles Times ignited public opinion. Our reporter recently reported on the ethical incident of Hollywood star Morgan Freeman. Recently, our reporter finally contacted the person involved, the granddaughter of this African-American star, at dinner. She personally admitted to having an improper relationship with her grandfather and explained that she was tempted by huge pocket money. However, this time this report was not placed in the entertainment section, but in the social news section. Subsequently, many TV stations followed up and released videos and recordings of Adina's interviews with reporters in news programs. This news instantly ignited public opinion and caused an uproar. Faced with sexual harassment accusations from multiple women, Hollywood veteran Morgan Freeman issued an apology statement through the media yesterday. "If anyone feels uncomfortable or disrespected, I apologize to them. That was not my intention. As for my granddaughter Adina, it was purely a family conflict that caused the rebellious child to talk nonsense. I didn't have an unethical relationship with her at all." Los Angeles Times. This old man is finished. Brandon Lee breathed a sigh of relief and put down the newspaper in his hand. In just half a month, the crew in Canada saw with their own eyes how a Hollywood star became disgraced in a short period of time. A gentleman who had a very good reputation before, in just half a month, became a pervert who was despised by everyone. Looking up at the few people who heard him reading the newspaper, Brandon Lee saw that the director was like nothing happened, holding a cigarette and talking quietly with Bruce Rosenblum about the film, and didn't take the news he just read to heart at all. This situation has lasted for half a month. The public opinion in North America is believed to have turned upside down, but this young director has devoted himself to filming. It seems that all this has nothing to do with the crew, as if Morgan Freeman and The Shawshank Redemption were condemned by the whole nation, which was completely an accident. This is the power of the media group, and this is the power of big capital to target one person. Is this Hollywood? Brandon Lee accidentally said what he thought in his heart. "Lee, this is Hollywood." Zack Snyder beside him said seriously, "It is not a crew of those small companies. You don't really think that others are targeting Wayne Greenberg? Warner Brothers and Time Warner will watch it. He will soon become a shareholder of this group. Wayne means too much to Warner Brothers, and so does his crew. Hollywood is of course full of competition at any time. You can use normal and abnormal means to compete, but you must be prepared for your opponents to use these means. It's a pity that the old man struggled for 20 years. Maybe the crew of Castle Rock didn't expect that Warner Brothers would directly hit hard." Zack Snyder's words made Brandon Lee understand the cruelty of this circle better. Just like Warner Brothers, they will never target anyone at ordinary times, but when they want to target someone, no matter who you are, they can easily dig up your past. To be honest, in the Hollywood circle, are there any insiders with a clean background? Brandon Lee himself didn't believe there was one. "Why, do you think this is the end?" Bruce Rosenblum sneered. "Then you underestimate Warner Brothers too much. Wait, when The Shawshank Redemption is released, that will be the time when that old black man will be in trouble. Are they the only ones who will find a non-profit organization? If the crew now thinks that they can get away with just issuing an apology statement, they are really naive. At that time, there will be a women's rights organization that will sue the old gentleman in court, and there will be solid evidence. This time, not only Brandon Lee, but everyone around him, except Wayne, felt a chill on their backs. Everyone understood one thing: Warner Brothers was going to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. In particular, Brandon Lee was very touched. Of course, there is competition in this circle. If you want to avoid that kind of fierce competition, you can only work hard to improve your own value and status, and become as successful as Wayne Greenberg. At that time, even if someone wants to target you, you don't have to think about it yourself, and the interest group behind you will beat the other party to death. The people around him suddenly had a deeper understanding of this cold game circle. "What are you doing?" The director's shout woke Brandon Lee up, and Wayne sat on the chair with a megaphone. "Don't you want to finish this damn job early? Get moving. If you don't want to continue to freeze in this shitty weather, get moving." The crew seemed to come alive suddenly. There were not many scenes left, and they were all scattered shots. Everyone knew that they would finish this job tomorrow at the latest and return to Los Angeles, which is sunny all year round. Wayne heard everything that his assistant director and the male lead had just talked about. In his heart, He even felt that the black old man had gotten a bargain. Now he was facing the final result, which was nothing more than paying money again and again. These were all problems that could be settled out of court with money. Even if he became a pauper, he would only face a few years in prison. If he encountered a role that happened to suit him, he might be able to make a comeback. There were many such things in Hollywood. If this kind of problem were put in 20 years, it would be a lot of fun. It would be impossible for people to get away so easily. The Me Too movement, that was like a cheat in Hollywood, could really cost lives. Zach, you are in charge of the shooting. Speed up the progress of these scattered shots. It's best to solve all the problems today. We will fly back to warm Los Angeles tomorrow. This is shitty weather. Wayne was wearing gloves and holding a pencil to continue designing the concept map of Batman, but the cold weather made his fingers in gloves unable to move. Zack Snyder was very familiar with this situation, and the crew and actors were also familiar with it. After the main scenes were shot almost a week ago, Wayne did not take the camera and has been practicing his assistant director ability. Wayne opened another notebook of his own. This one was full of preparations for Batman. Even assistant Nina was not allowed to touch it. He turned to the middle, where a row of neatly written names were written. Bruce Wayne, vacant alternative conditions, can join the group for 6 months of training in advance. Alfred, first choice, Michael Caine. Alternatives, several, Rachel Dawes, Naomi Watts. Alternatives, none, Henry Duca. First choice, Wayne thought about it and temporarily filled in Liam Neeson, a man who should not be provoked. This man is a savior. I guess Uncle Neeson, who has not yet started his career as a savior, should not be expensive, right? If he is suitable, sign him to a few more film contracts. Lucius Fox, when he saw this name, he couldn't help but think of the black old man who had just been in trouble. This gentleman was definitely not Wayne's choice. Maybe we can consider getting Mafika in advance to try it out? Well, I'll make a note of it and have someone investigate this director of S.H.I.E.L.D. later. Boss. Zack Snyder saw that he was always working with his head down, and he couldn't help but yelled. What? The shooting is over. Everyone is waiting for you to announce it, and then we can wrap up the filming. Chapter 189 Oscar's taste. Wayne didn't say anything. He had adapted to the warm sunshine in Los Angeles and didn't like the cold weather here. Call it, we'll go home tomorrow. Everyone packed up their things neatly, not wanting to stay here for even a second longer. Port Hope is a beautiful place with picturesque scenery and pleasant environment. But that refers to the seasons other than winter. After entering winter, let alone the wonders of salmon migration, as long as it snows, even going out becomes a torture. The crew packed up the props and equipment as quickly as possible. The next day, after returning to the hotel, Wayne flew back to Los Angeles with most of the people. Be sure to pay attention to the film. After leaving the airport hall, Wayne emphasized to Zack Snyder again, before getting on the car. Zack, one copy is put in the bank's safe, and one copy is put in the Warner Brothers safe. You have to be present for both. No problem, I will follow the whole process and see the film sealed with my own eyes before going back. Zack Snyder nodded in agreement. Reaching out and patting the other person's shoulder, Wayne lowered his head and got into the car. This film is basically not difficult to shoot, but it is definitely qualified as his transitional work in 1994. Now that the shooting is over, he is also going to take a vacation and will do post-production work in a week. After the car started to drive smoothly, Nina put down the phone, opened her notebook, and said, "Just now, Mr. Thomas Menz, the distribution director of Warner Brothers, called and asked if you are interested in attending the Oscar nominees' lunch." Wayne thought about it and said, "Remember to reply to him and say that I'm not going to attend." Instead of getting involved in such fruitless things too early, it is better to spend time on post-production. The situation of Batman should also be understood. Wayne does not lack such exposure. Did he say anything else? The assistant glanced at the notebook and said, "The Joker may receive more than 5 nominations, including Best Screenplay, Best Picture, Best Director, Best." None of these are important. Wayne interrupted the assistant's recitation. Being able to get so many nominations through public relations shows that Warner Brothers has indeed made great efforts, but some nominations are just nominations. If he was sure that he could get the award through PR, Thomas Menz would not have called to ask, but would have told him clearly how to cooperate to increase his chances of winning. Under Nina's puzzled gaze, Wayne's voice was full of casualness. Those heavyweight awards you mentioned have nothing to do with me. Warner Brothers didn't ask me to participate in the Joker canvassing reception, parties, film screenings, and PR activities for those film critics. This has already sent a very clear signal. We won't win the award. Yes. Wayne gave an affirmative answer. Don't look at the heated discussions among film critics and the media, but as soon as the nominees' lunch is over, Warner Brothers will immediately stop all resources and PR investment. This is the purpose of Warner Brothers, investing in PR resources before the award season arrives, hyping Joker as confident, and then having various film critics give it a professional reputation, so that as many award nominations as possible can be obtained. And Wayne was sure that, without waiting for the Oscars to begin, once Warner Brothers received the nomination, they would immediately release the Joker videotapes and start auctioning the TV broadcasting rights and various peripheral authorizations around the world. Almost everyone in the industry had a consensus that the Oscars were just a kind of business. Since they knew they couldn't get the little golden man, they might as well use the multiple nominations of this prestigious award to start making money in advance. He smiled lightly and said jokingly, maybe the best adapted screenplay is a little possible, but I already have one award, which doesn't mean much to me, and it's not worth investing resources in public relations. And those old men may also think that, since the young man already has one, there is no need to give him another one. Wayne stared at the scenery passing by on both sides of the car. In Los Angeles, a place where entertainment is the ultimate, the public still values awards very much, but he himself is unwilling to go that route. The most efficient way to win awards is, of course, to choose some nostalgic themes, preferably with a protagonist who is mentally ill or behaviorally deficient, and shoot 2 or 3 films in a row. As long as the first 2 films can ensure that he gets a nomination for Best Director, it's enough. This method can be called accumulating qualifications or collecting points. When you see yourself in the nominations for Best Director every time for 2 or 3 consecutive years, the effect of this process will appear. By then, his age will no longer be a problem, and the points he should have gained will be almost laid out. Then he can carefully select an Oscar-style homework to shoot. At the same time, after strict award-winning planning and investing a lot of resources in public relations, the chance of winning should be more than 50%. If this process is supported by a large company, this chance should be increased by 10% to 20%. But this is definitely not Wayne's wish. He doesn't have the time to play this game that may last for many years. It is better to put the award aside for now, do the work you have planned, and when everything comes, try in your own way to see if you can shake up those aging Academy members. Boss, your shooting style and films have always had a good professional reputation. A director like you should be liked by the Academy, right? Nina has been in Hollywood for a long time. She knows some basic common sense. She even gets more information about the industry every day than Wayne, her boss. This is a job requirement. According to the information she knows, the professional reputation of her boss's films is not a problem. This kind of dark style, each film involves social issues, or digs into the inner world of the characters, and should be a natural favorite for awards. Box office. Wayne shrugged at the assistant. Because my film has such a high box office, the Oscars naturally reject high-grossing films. They think that this sacred honor should not be overly commercialized. This is the consensus of all Academy members. At this point, he shook his head slightly, showing a mocking smile, and continued, another very important point is that almost none of my films are realistic. The only one that touches on realism is The Lost Ark, which is full of absurd plots. In the future, my works will be further away from realism. You should know what I prepare every day. A comic universe and a superhero comic adaptation movie will not meet the requirements of the Oscars, so don't think too much now. Seeing the car turn into Mulholland Road, Nina asked curiously, do you really not care about the little golden man? That's the dream of all directors. Boss, maybe you can make a realistic film and try it. Don't be silly, Nina. Wayne shook his head directly. I can't change my career plan just to please those old men. Just wait and see. Even if they don't give me that honor in another 10 years, I won't go out of my way to shoot something that suits the Oscars' taste. Or, do you think an Oscar-winning director will have a higher status than my current position in the industry? Nina blurted out, isn't it? No. She immediately denied it after she finished speaking, as if in people's subconscious mind, Oscar-winning directors are all big shots, sacred artists. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be the case. A director who has been working in the independent film industry for 10 years and has been unknown for the previous 10 years suddenly shot a film that suits the Academy's taste. If there is also the influence of social environment and political correctness, he will get the little golden man. Can such a director compare with Wayne's current status? Just think about it, and you will know that it is impossible. Right. Seeing his assistant lost in thought, Wayne was willing to talk to her more and continued cheerfully, art is not as high-end as the public thinks. The directors with higher status in the circle are the ones who can create benefits for the production companies and capital, and the ones that everyone is willing to cooperate with. After all, the path that Wayne is going to take is special, but there is one thing, his films in the next few years will definitely involve more special effects and bigger scenes. What is this? These are the various elements of commercial films that the general public fans like. Film critics and professionals have always looked down on the vulgar films in the summer season, but these bad films in their mouths are sought after by the general public fans, and they always win high box office and make huge profits for the production companies. For example, the later Explosion Bay, his films are not only considered bad by film critics, but also by a small number of senior fans. Every film simply wants to destroy everything, exploding and exploding, sensational and sensational. It is simply a collection of all the vulgar element of the summer season. But this is popular with the general public. Everyone goes to the cinema to watch a movie on weekends. Isn't it just for fun and pleasure? If they see this kind of big special effects and big scenes, they will naturally feel that the ticket is worth it. The narrative of almost every film of Explosion Bay is very weak, and even the logic cannot stand scrutiny, but he is indeed the darling of the production company and the director that all actors want to cooperate with. To put it bluntly, it's not because the box office is high enough. Who can say that his status in the circle is not as good as an Oscar-winning director who makes art films? Hey, two little bastards. As soon as Wayne's car stopped by the fountain, the two golden retrievers who followed Hella in the garden broke free from the control of the housekeeper and rushed over. After he got out of the car, they kept circling around him, and their big heads kept rubbing against his legs. After not seeing each other for nearly 3 months, the two dogs were like crazy, struggling to get into his arms. They are all old, boss. Hella sighed. When the veterinarian came to check on them last week, he said that both dogs have entered old age. Maybe you should spend more time with them. These two big guys are willing to move around less and less. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Interrupted Interest. Thinking back carefully, the two dogs are probably nearly 10 years old. Wayne can still remember how old Greenberg brought them home, because he had no friends when he was a child. He carefully built a nest for them at the foot of the bed, and since then they have accompanied him almost all his teenage years, and into his youth. Boy, they are your new friends, and you must take good care of them in the future. He still remembers what old Greenberg said many years ago. Wayne knew at the time that this was his father teaching him that men must be responsible for their own actions. I will give you everything you want, but you must be responsible for them. This has always been the Greenberg family's teaching philosophy. He didn't know how many times he had been instilled with it since he was a child. Maybe he would teach him the same way when he had children in the future. Two little rascals, let's go. Wayne rubbed the two dogs' big heads hard, took them to their favorite awning, and lay down on the lounge chair together. It's vacation time, so I can spend a few days with them. But I have always ignored that these two dogs like to lie down for longer and longer periods of time, and they don't like to run like before. They are old. Boss, juice, beer. Nina carried an ice bucket, placed it on the white plastic table, and sat on the other side. Stroking the two big heads lying on his legs, Wayne showed tenderness on his face and said with some emotion, "Please tell Sergey to find a car tomorrow and go back to the farm to pull Mike or Terma back. Maybe that stubborn little guy misses me very much." The assistant nodded, looking at the rare other side of his boss. He is Wayne Greenberg. He has been the cold-faced controller of the set since his debut. After 2 movies, he has a huge reputation in the circle. He hates the media and never has any expression when being interviewed. He almost always keeps his sanity and a clear mind, and always looks at problems from the perspective of Kailualo's interests. Especially his personal private life is chaotic, and there are many women who have maintained relationships with him. Nina had seen all aspects of his personality: tough, sober, well-planned, workaholic, and a pure scumbag, but she had almost never seen him show a weak side. This was the first time she saw him so warm. Sometimes, people might not be as important as animals in his heart, such as Hallberry, who had a little idea, and Cheryl Theron, who was thinking about it. They all thought that with their beautiful appearance, they could make this man obsessed, but in fact, in his heart, it was hard to say whether such a woman was considered his own. "What are you thinking about?" Wayne took out a bottle of beer from the ice bucket, twisted the lid off, and drank most of the bottle. He sighed in his heart. Los Angeles is really suitable for him. Drinking beer in the sun is so comfortable. In fact, in Los Angeles, this is also the lowest temperature of the year, but compared with the cold Canada, it is simply a hot summer here. Ah. Nina was stunned for a moment, then said, "Knowing that you are back, Jimmy will come over in the afternoon, and Kevin Suhara will come with him." "So urgent?" He looked at the assistant in confusion. "What is Kevin doing? He's in such a hurry to find me when I just got back." Nina raised her eyebrows and said helplessly, "Boss, he's going to Time Warner to be the CEO. I told you a few days ago. This time he's probably here for the Batman issue. He'll definitely get this done before he leaves." Wayne raised his hand and slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about this. It's probably not just about Batman, because the equity negotiation hosted by Colin Howard has been deliberately dragging on, and the new CEO of the group may want a definite answer. The first day of the holiday is ruined. With a sigh, he put on his sunglasses, stroked the golden retriever, and closed his eyes. The assistant saw that he was going to sleep for a while, and quietly left here. Only one person and 2 dogs were left under the awning, lying on the lounge chair together in the sun, and fell asleep. The sudden relaxation after work made Wayne fall asleep quickly, but just when he was sleeping comfortably, he was woken up by someone. It was not his agent Jimmy who woke him up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Bella Grant. He was really surprised by the unexpected arrival of this strong woman. Wayne found that this woman especially loved professional attire. No matter when he saw her, she was always wearing a decent women's suit and a snow white shirt. Maybe because the temperature dropped, she had a rare women's coat today, which covered the 2 majestic lumps on her chest. "How did you know I was back?" She covered her mouth with her hand and yawned. Wayne moved to the side and motioned her to sit down. The woman sat on the recliner, and the chair made a creaking sound, as if it could not bear the weight. "I called the manor. How is it? This time, there won't be another little girl running out of your place to claim sovereignty for me, right?" This woman obviously still remembered the incident with Cheryl Theron, and she didn't have much contact with Wayne in Canada. She flew back after staying for less than 2 days. The subsequent exposure of the report on Morgan Freeman was probably written by this woman. Their newspaper has a good relationship with Warner Brothers, which is almost known to passers-by. Wayne rolled his eyes and put his hand into her coat. "I thought you didn't care about all this. Editor-in-Chief Grant, are you going to stay this time, so I can make it up to you? I don't have work this afternoon." The woman's hint was very obvious, and she didn't care about Wayne's moving hands at all. He still enjoyed this pure dating relationship very much. Bella Grant didn't want his gifts, nor did she dig exclusive news from him. This kind of pure attraction between men and women, a relationship based on physiological needs, any man would like it very much. The gardeners working in the garden in front of the lawn began to disappear, and the security personnel who had been wandering at a distance also quietly left the site. These people knew their boss well, and it was better not to blindly observe some things. Wayne. What? Seeing that the man was no longer satisfied with the action in his hands and was about to take off her skirt, Bella Grant called him playfully, then tilted her head in the direction behind her and teased, "If you like being watched, I have no objection. I have never experienced such an exciting thing. Maybe you can try it. FXXK. Wayne turned around and saw Jimmy and Kevin Suhara getting out of the car. He quickly took his hand back. The two people who were walking over obviously noticed something was wrong, but they could only bite the bullet and continue to walk over. Jimmy knew what his client was like. This was too normal for him. The new CEO of Time Warner muttered as he walked. "Jimmy, it seems that we came at an inappropriate time. Will this make your client angry? But it seems that it's okay. At least the lady is still wearing clothes." The agent seemed not to hear what he said. He thought silently in his heart that any man would be unhappy if his interest was interrupted, right? "Hi, Editor-in-Chief Grant." In order to ease the embarrassment, Jimmy greeted the lady first before turning his attention to his client. "Hi, Jimmy." "Hello, Mr. Tsuhara." Bella Grant greeted politely, turned around and smiled at Wayne with a playful wink. "You guys talk. I'll take the two little guys for a stroll in the garden." After saying that, she patted the two golden retrievers and walked towards the garden with them. "Sit down. By the way, congratulations, Kevin." Wayne pointed to the lunch chair opposite. He was in an awkward state now, and he couldn't stand up to shake hands. He simply asked the other party to sit down and prepare to talk about things here. "Thank you." Kevin Suhara showed a reserved smile, and after sitting down, he didn't need him to let him. He took a bottle of juice from the bucket, inserted a straw, and took a sip. This scene was a bit weird. A middle-aged executive in a suit and tie, who was meticulous, was holding a bottle of juice and sipping it through a straw, trying to think of how to skip the embarrassment and talk about business. However, he obviously underestimated Wayne's thick skin. Before he could think of how to talk, he heard the other party say, "What happened? Why are you in such a hurry to come to me? My vacation is very short. I have to start working again in a few days. Maybe you don't have much time to take a vacation, Wayne." Kevin Suhara put down the glass bottle in his hand with a regretful look on his face. The review of Batman was passed within the company 2 weeks ago, but it has been suppressed because of funding issues. The good news is that Warner Brothers financing is very smooth, and the first preparation fund of $35 million has been in place. You know, this is the last project I will promote before leaving. Only if you sign the contract can I go to the head office with peace of mind. So, I decided to skip Jimmy and communicate with you in person about the project and salary issues to determine a bottom line. The faster we progress, the better. Wayne only then noticed that the agent had been frowning since he sat down. Obviously, this result was not what he wanted. This was equivalent to Jimmy being deprived of what he was best at. Warner Brothers is well aware of how difficult Jimmy is as an agent. Once he gets to the negotiation table, he immediately turns into a vampire that makes capitalists ashamed. He relies on the relationship between his client and Warner Brothers to make threats and do anything for the director's treatment. He doesn't care whether Kevin Suhara is in a hurry or not, nor does he care about the speed of the project. He only focuses on the interests of his clients. If his psychological expectations are not met, he will basically go back and forth again and again. But Wayne trusts this person very much. The relationship between him and him is that of an agent and a client, and there is even a layer of friendship in it. From Wayne's perspective alone, everything Jimmy does is to gain benefits for himself, and of course he will not stop him. Chapter 191. Damn it, you cheated on me. Preparations for Batman can begin. This is the most pleasing news for Wayne. Even before this project has started, it can be said that he has devoted a lot of energy. This is not a single Batman, but the beginning of his leveraging the Hollywood film industry. Jimmy. Wayne did not respond to Kevin Suhara's words, but turned to look at his agent. "You can relax the bottom line about my personal treatment appropriately. I need this film to start preparations as soon as possible. The sooner the better." The agent nodded after hearing this, and Kevin Suhara also nodded. Wayne's meaning is very clear. he is willing to give him a face, which is good for both himself and Warner Brothers. The sooner the project starts, the more sufficient the preparation will be. This is a win-win situation. Of course, Kevin Tsujihara also wants this attitude from him, and Warner Brothers will also say hello to each other in order to reach an agreement as soon as possible. They are of course willing to give treatment that matches Wayne's worth, because this young director has proved more than once that the huge profits distributed to him by the production company will definitely be earned back in multiples in the end. As long as Jimmy, the agent, offers a price that matches Wayne's worth, or even slightly higher than his worth, Warner Brothers will agree with a pinch of their nose. However, one look at Jimmy's attitude shows that he is obviously no longer satisfied with sucking blood from Warner Brothers. This time, if his client doesn't say hello, he will definitely bite off a large piece of meat, and the negotiation will inevitably become a tug-of-war. No one dares to say whether there will be any accidents in the end. Kevin Tsujihara may not have heard of the idiom "the longer the night, the more dreams there are," but he understands the meaning behind it. I will push the negotiations forward as soon as possible, and you can rest assured about Warner Brothers. Kevin Tsujihara nodded and said it clearly. Also, Wayne, the post-production of it is about to begin. If you add the pre-production preparations for Batman, will you be too busy? Wayne laughed when talking about this issue. Fortunately, he pulled a top temporary worker. Don't worry. Tim Burton has agreed to be the production manager of this project. I may be a little busy in the early stage, but Zack Snyder is also here for it, and he can fully understand my production concept. After the production of Edward is finished, I can turn my attention back to it and let Tim Burton supervise the actor training, special effects and props production, etc. The only thing to consider now is that we must find a suitable Bruce Wayne as soon as possible. This role will take at least several months of training. In Wayne's plan, Batman Bruce Wayne must be a strong man, and it is impossible to play a handsome guy. This is a realistic film, especially in the plan for the first part. Not being a strong man is not convincing for Batman at all. Bruce Wayne has gone through a long period of training and tests and finally returned to Gotham City. Yes, Wayne does make him human and fragile, but that refers to the fragility of the spiritual world and the soul world. He will be lost in the shadows, and then find himself among the bats. The step-by-step growth also refers to spiritual growth. In terms of the body, Batman is a strong man when he appears. A violent strong man with great destructive power, but always trying to restrain himself. Okay, after we sign the contract, Warner Brothers will send a message to major agencies. Wayne, you don't know that the actors who want to be the male lead of your new project can line up from Burbank to New York. Kevin Tsujihara is very confident about this. Now all of Hollywood knows that playing the main role in Wayne Greenberg's movie will definitely be one of the fastest ways to become famous. He continued, moreover, the reason why the financing of this film is so smooth is also closely related to you. For Wayne Greenberg's new project, this sign is very useful. Wayne spread his hands. Okay, as long as it helps the movie, you can use it as you like. Several people laughed at the same time. The main purpose of coming here has been achieved, and Kevin Tsujihara is in a very good mood. But there are other things, and he is going to take this opportunity to say them all. The team led by Colin Howard and lawyer Ryan has contacted the board of directors of Warner Brothers many times. What do you think about this? This is the most confusing thing. Wayne himself is definitely interested in acquiring shares in Warner Brothers. This is very clear. There is no situation of waiting for a price. The price and share offered by the board of directors of Warner Brothers have almost reached the bottom line that can be tolerated. Both parties are aware of this. Even if it is delayed for a long time, it will not change much. Wayne thought about it and chose to tell the truth. After all, he are natural allies. After he acquires shares in Warner Brothers, it will also be beneficial to his work. I will buy shares after it is released. By then, I will have more funds, and Colin Howard is constantly helping me contact banks to prepare for more loans. You should understand that this opportunity is rare, and I must do my best to buy it. Otherwise it is better to make movies honestly. If I take out a loan now, with my worth and credit limit, it will definitely not be as much as after the new movie is released. I'm very confident about this. The more shares I can own, the more say I will have in the board of directors, which is a good thing for both you and me, so don't worry about it." Kevin Tsujihara nodded thoughtfully. All this is based on the performance of it. The young man seems to be very confident in this movie. He has hardly learned about the production progress of this new horror movie. He has put all his thoughts on promoting Batman. Kevin Tsujihara knows better than anyone that, if Batman can succeed, it will not only be a success of a movie, there will be a bigger plan later, and the interests involved are definitely not comparable to a horror film. Thinking of this, he laughed at himself. The box office performance is exactly what Wayne Greenberg doesn't need to worry about the most. He has proved himself countless times. And if other directors are successful, there will definitely be a large number of follow-up works in the market. Hollywood has always been like this. But Wayne's film is too special. It's not that no one has imitated it, but the final product can only become a mess. Well, I can tell you in advance that the head office will definitely strongly support the universe plan. As long as your new Batman is successful as expected, Time Warner's support for Warner Brothers and DC Comics will be more than before. After saying this, Kevin Tsujihara stood up and prepared to leave. The things that needed to be discussed had been discussed. He didn't plan to continue to disturb Wayne's vacation. The young man would be busy soon. By the way, after the greetings, he suddenly asked, "What is your attitude towards the Oscars? If you focus on PR, Joker still has a chance to win the Oscar for screenwriter. As long as you are a director, you will be obsessed with the Oscars, which has been proven countless times by Kevin Tsujihara. Forget it this time." Wayne stood up and shook his head. "Maybe my assistant hasn't notified the company yet. I don't plan to go to the nominees luncheon, including the various film and vote pulling sessions that follow. I don't plan to attend the Golden Globe Awards this year. I'm not an actor and don't need to maintain exposure. After all, directors still have to rely on their films to speak. I even thought about not attending the Oscars. It depends on whether I can squeeze out the time. You should know how busy I will be later." "Okay, I understand. You continue your vacation." The two shook hands, and Wayne watched him walk to the car, and then the car drove out of the manor along the garden. "Wayne, okay, Jimmy." He knew what the agent wanted to say, and waved his hand to stop him. "You can handle the negotiation as you wish, but the principle is to get the contract done as soon as possible. Believe me, Warner Brothers has the same idea. This will be easier than you think." Jimmy shrugged, nodded, and turned to go back. But after taking 2 steps, he turned back and said, "Let Sergi take me there." Kevin just left. Wayne spent half of his first day back in Los Angeles talking about work. But fortunately, at least there was a surprise. After having a satisfying Chinese meal, he climbed up the mountain he had not seen for a long time as he wished. Outside the spacious bathroom in the bedroom on the 3rd floor, through the hazy glass, you can see the mist in the bathroom. Suddenly, a pair of flawless white hands pressed on the glass wall, and the breath from the mouth melted the thick fog on the glass, revealing Bella Grant's charming face. As if she had suddenly suffered an accident, her eyes suddenly widened through the glass, and then her entire upper body fell on the wall. The 2 golden retrievers seemed to be stimulated by something. They ran to the balcony with their ears drooping. In their own nests, they blew the evening breeze to get away from the harsh sound. More than half an hour later, Wayne came out with Bella Grant wrapped in a bathrobe and came to the lounge chair on the balcony together, holding a cup of black tea and looking at the night view of Los Angeles. Maybe the posture was a little uncomfortable. The beautiful editor wanted to sit up, but suddenly frowned. "Damn it, Wayne. You deceived me. This method is not friendly to women at all." Wayne shamelessly stroked the 2 dogs with one hand and sipped a cup of black tea with the other hand, as if he didn't hear her complaint. After a while, his voice rang out sinisterly. "Bella, it's a waste of your perfect buttocks if you don't try it. Believe me, I'll prepare some lubricant tomorrow." "Damn it, you just deceived me with the same tone." Chapter 192, 2020. Jimmy, the agent, began to frequently contact Warner Brothers. After each negotiation, he would report the progress to Wayne. When both parties were willing to speed up the progress, almost every negotiation would take a big step forward and reach some consensus. Time slowly moved to mid-January. Wayne ended his short vacation and gathered his core team again, including 2 assistant directors and production managers, and plunged into the post-production studio of Warner Brothers. Editor Dawn Scott had worked with Wayne for the 3rd time. Both parties were very familiar with each other, especially Dawn Scott, who had a thorough understanding of the director's production style, so there was no problem in cooperation. Compared with the editing of Joker, the difficulty of this film was almost negligible for Dawn Scott. After scanning the footage on the first day, he determined that the editing of it could be completed before May at the latest. Because Zack Snyder participated in many shots, he began to have ideas about the post-production work this time. He also understood Wayne's intentions, and they communicated countless times about the final effect of the film. In this way, most of the time, Zack Snyder was watching the editing, and Wayne had more time. While watching the editing work every day, he began to record his ideas about Batman one by one. It did not need to be compared repeatedly, and there were no extremely tedious shots that needed to be chosen, nor did it have the special effects that would slow down the post-production work. This kind of editing work that spliced along the way can be said to be the most brainless and simple one of Wayne's movies. But simplicity does not necessarily mean that the audience will not buy it. This film can be said to be one of the best North American horror films in Wayne's personal mind, and its popularity is unmatched by other films of the same type. This is one of the few films in Wayne's memory that leverage the mass theater market with genre themes. He was not only concerned about the editing of it, but also prepared ideas for Batman, and kept abreast of the progress of Jimmy's negotiations with Warner Brothers. In this way, it seemed that there was an additional helper, Zack Snyder, but he was still busy all the time, and almost all of his time was filled with work plans. Good news. After work that day, Wayne just got into the car. Nina handed him a bottle of water and looked at him and said, "Your personal accountant Colin Howard went to the Warner Brothers financial department today to confirm that the other party has deposited the second box office share of Joker into the account of Greenberg Studio." He shook his hands tiredly and asked, "Have all the money been credited?" "There may be some later, but the big part has all been credited. Warner Brothers has hardly withheld this part of the funds. As long as the theater company allocates it to them, they will pay your share immediately." This efficiency. Nina smiled and shook her head. This efficiency is very rare in Hollywood. Normally, if a production company can pay this remuneration within half a year after receiving the theater share, it is already very conscientious. But Wayne and Warner Brothers are in the sweetest period of passionate love. Not only is the new film in production, but the negotiation of Batman will also be completed soon. The combination of various reasons has led to this non-Hollywood payment speed. Just put the money in the studio. Maybe it will be used in a few months this year. The North American box office of Joker is $350 million, and Wayne has also earned more than $30 million from it. If the $10 million basic salary in the early stages counted, he has made more than $40 million for this film. No matter how you calculate it, this income can be said to be first class in the Hollywood circle. Good news is still coming one after another. On the second day, Jimmy came to the good news. He has reached a consensus with Warner Brothers on the issue of Wayne's director's treatment. This time is different from the previous one. As the director, producer, and screenwriter of the film, Wayne's treatment has been greatly improved compared with the previous films. Jimmy even clearly talked about the first-class standards for what hotel he should stay in, and what car he should use during the filming of The Crew. Of course, the main disagreement between the two sides is still the issue of director's share. Every increase or decrease of 1 percentage point may be in tens of thousands of US dollars. Batman itself has a wide fan base, and the box office is basically not bad. This is the foreseeable income of Warner Brothers, which is being torn apart by Jimmy bit by bit. Jimmy, so what? Sitting on the bench at the door of the editing room, Wayne curiously asked his agent what the final price was. Jimmy took a big sip of coffee with a satisfied smile on his face. 20%. Global? Global. The agent gave a positive answer. I told them that Spielberg had already received this price, and you, Wayne Greenberg, are not inferior to Spielberg in terms of commercial achievements in the past 2 years. At this moment, even Wayne himself admired Jimmy. He didn't expect to be able to negotiate this price. In fact, he couldn't compare with Spielberg. The other party's worth and status were earned after more than 10 years. As for himself, although the box office of each of his films exploded, even he himself admitted that this price was indeed higher than his worth. I told them that Wayne Greenberg represents success. Whether they admit it or not, this sentence is reality. At this point, Jimmy held up his coffee cup and clinked it with Wayne proudly. Others may not know, but Jimmy, as an agent, knows best. Wayne can get such a high share, not only from the salary of Batman, but also from the design fee of the universe plan. Warner Brothers is also very clear about what it means if the film at the beginning of the universe is successful, so they gritted their teeth and agreed to it just to let Wayne start it as soon as possible. After clinking glasses with Jimmy, Wayne stared at his agent and asked again, 20 plus 20? Of course, you are now holding the top contract in Hollywood. The agent nodded firmly. Wayne, this is almost the peak of Hollywood's income. You have already stood at that position. There is no doubt that in my opinion, the DC Universe plan is worth this price. He gave Jimmy a thumbs up. Wayne really felt that he deserved praise, not because of this 20 plus 20 top circle contract, but because of his vision. I'm afraid that even the head of DC and the CEO of Warner Brothers may not have the vision of his agent. They only know the possible benefits behind it, but Wayne himself knows what will happen if the plan succeeds. When will we sign the contract? It's no wonder Wayne is anxious. Only after signing a formal contract can he use the funds to start making movie props and special effects needed in the film. The earlier these preparations are made, the better. The more fully prepared, the fewer difficulties will be encountered during filming. Jimmy said, the day after tomorrow, there will be a press conference. This is the Batman series. Almost as soon as the contract is signed, it means that the publicity work has begun. This kind of thing cannot be avoided. Tim Burton will also be there. He knew that all directors didn't like to be disturbed by the media, but these tasks had to be done. Every director hoped that the film production would start quietly and didn't want to be affected by various public opinions. But the production company needs media publicity, and the more major the investment, the more so. Okay. Wayne nodded. It is understandable that Warner Brothers wants to promote in advance. The film industry has always been a business where good wine is afraid of being hidden in a remote alley. Only large-scale publicity and promotion can achieve higher box office. Moreover, this is a blockbuster production with an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars. This scale of investment was definitely the top-level production in Hollywood in the 1990s. With an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars. Basically, if you don't spend a lot of money on special effects, you can already say that you can shoot anything you want. Moreover, this kind of investment project is almost the ceiling of this era, and there may not be one for several years. Don't doubt Warner Brothers' persistence in large investments, even though many box office disasters come from this company, because they know best that only large investments can bring higher returns. Think about Bryan Singer's Superman Returns. If it weren't for the certainty of a big return, Warner Brothers would not have spent $270 million. Although this film almost made Warner Brothers lose all its money, it can also prove one thing, that this company likes large investments and large productions very much, and they have tasted more sweetness. The post-production work is still going on. According to the current work progress, Wayne also notified Warner Brothers that the film will be able to complete all the production before July. The next day, Warner Brothers scheduled the release date of it on the first weekend of September, and the next weekend was another movie adapted from Stephen King's masterpiece, The Shawshank Redemption. The media discussed this matter that day. Both films were adapted from Stephen King's novels and released at almost the same time, which left many topics worth discussing. Pop. Nicky Marvin threw the newspaper on the table. He understood why Warner Brothers did this. Morgan Freeman, one of the leading actors in the film, was forced to stay at home for a short time. This is definitely a major black spot for The Shawshank Redemption. Now whenever this film is mentioned, it will inevitably be accompanied by the public's voices cursing Morgan Freeman. Keep calm, Nicky. The film's director Frank Darabont picked up the newspaper and didn't care about the media reports. Morgan is not without hope of turning over. As long as the film is released, everyone will naturally be moved by his performance. Everything still depends on the film. Chapter 193. The name Wayne represents success. Now Nicky Marvin can only think like this. The quality of The Shawshank Redemption is absolutely fine. If it can rely on the professional and public word of mouth after its release, it is not impossible to ignore the negative impact of the film. In the Sony Columbia conference room, Paul Turner, the head of the distribution department, shook his head. No one knows the opponent better than himself. Frank, you are only thinking about the best result. Although Warner Brothers has not released the trailer of it, I can guess that this must be a Wayne Greenberg style horror thriller. This young man, if we don't discuss other aspects, has already reached the stage of a master in his grasp of his own style and type. And once his films become popular, they can't be regarded as genre films, and they usually take over the box office. But, as soon as the Columbia distribution director said this, several people in the room frowned. Now everyone is wondering, this person will not be scared by a movie by Wayne Greenberg, right? But it's not that we don't have a chance. Paul Turner smiled and continued, I have news that Wayne Greenberg has been promoting Batman and will sign a formal contract with Warner Brothers in the near future. It is probably just a transitional work for the other party. As long as they sign the contract, Wayne Greenberg's focus will definitely shift to the preparation of Batman. The investment in this DC comic adaptation film should not be less than $100 million. People's energy is limited, and as a director of a film, compared with such a project with an investment of hundreds of millions, the other party's focus will inevitably tilt. How much was the investment in it? If this is a transitional work, it is definitely not as difficult as Joker. 100 million. The scale of investment of hundreds of millions immediately attracted everyone's attention. Especially Frank Darabont. As a director, he dreams of directing such a big production. Why do we have to release it a week after it? Can't we move it back? At this time, Peter Simpson, another executive of Columbia Distribution Department sitting in the corner, said, since we all know the appeal of that director, why don't we avoid his films instead of pinning our hopes on these unexpected situations? It's too late. Nicky Marvin said helplessly, Castle Rock Pictures will never agree to change the schedule. I have communicated with them. And what can we change now? I have carefully looked at this year's summer schedule. Starting from the first weekend of the summer schedule in May, there will be big productions released every weekend. A film like The Shawshank Redemption has no advantage at all in those popcorn productions. There were no strong competitors in September, which was the most suitable schedule for us, but the woman pointed to the newspaper on the table, and her meaning was very clear. She continued, what we can be sure of now is that the audiences of it and The Shawshank Redemption are completely different, and Wayne Greenberg will definitely be diverted from his work focus by Batman. Even if the box office of that horror film explodes again, our film should be able to occupy a certain audience base. Don't forget that, although they are both Stephen King's works, our film has a much stronger base of book fans. These are all facts, and they exist objectively. There is no intentional attempt by Nicky Marvin to comfort everyone. But Paul Turner always feels uncomfortable. He thinks that the best outcome for The Shawshank Redemption is that it will be like Cliffhanger, relying on good word of mouth to attract a certain number of fans to watch. He thought for a moment and said, hold another media preview as soon as possible and invite more film critics. We need the film to attract more fans to the theater through word of mouth before it is released. Paul Turner has already seen this film. Just as the producer and director said, there is absolutely no problem with the quality, and the film's professional reputation cannot be bad. If we discard some concerns and prejudices, The Shawshank Redemption can be said to be the most heartfelt and favorite film he has seen in the past decade. Columbia will pay a public relations fee for inviting well-known film critics such as Roger Ebert, David Denby, Todd McCarthy, and Kenneth Turan. Paul Turner breathed a sigh of relief. I want them to strongly recommend this film in their newspaper columns before and after the film is released. Several people in the conference room nodded. Paul Turner's plan was absolutely fine. Everyone knew that these famous film critics had a profound influence on some senior movie fans. Behind every famous film critic, there was a group of fans who could indeed influence a part of the market. If these people could recommend the film together, the market prospects would definitely be much better than they are now. Producer Nicky Marvin nodded and said, I will arrange a preview as soon as possible. I hope that the film's reputation can be hyped up before it is released in September. Except for the big production The Shawshank Redemption, there was no other film that Wayne could worry about. The most worrying one was Forrest Gump, but this film was put in July by Paramount. There was a 2-month gap in between, and even if Gump had a great influence, it should not last until September. This film, The White Moonlight in the Hearts of Most White People in North America, has indeed caused a great social impact. This film has also left countless touching scenes for movie fans, and even after more than 20 years, some people will still talk about it with relish. People from other places may not understand it, but Wayne, who has lived here for more than 20 years, can think clearly about many of the doubts he had when watching this film before. If he were asked to summarize the core of this film, it would be, conservatism has always represented the development needs of North American productivity, the direction of North American advanced culture, and the fundamental interests of most people in North America. So Wayne deliberately avoided this film, The White Moonlight in the Hearts of Most People in North America. As for The Shawshank Redemption, he really didn't take it seriously. Perhaps through the evolution of time, this film will gain a higher national reputation, but even if it is rescreened 10,000 times in the theater market, it is impossible for it to have too good a result. Sony Columbia has done this after the Oscars, taking advantage of people's sympathy, but just like when it was first released, the results are still very unsatisfactory. This is a film that is destined to rely on videotapes and peripherals, and use time to slowly make profits. Wayne, when will the first trailer for it be available? Thomas Menz, head of distribution at Warner Brothers, asked. We have already released the release date, and the subsequent publicity plan will be launched soon. Several people sat in the conference room of the Warner building, waiting for the signing conference of Batman to begin. Wayne said without any hesitation, Zack and I will edit it as soon as possible, and it will be handed over to the distribution department within 3 days. Seeing the reporters queuing into the conference room, Thomas Menz nodded and did not continue the topic. As the conference room was slowly filled up, Wayne stood up and signed the contract on the spot with Jeff Robinoff, the new CEO of Warner Brothers, and also raised it for reporters to take pictures. He has gone through this process many times, and it is basically the same every time. After the reporters took pictures, the new project press conference officially began. Mr. Tim Burton. No one expected that the first question from a female reporter was not to Wayne, but to the producer. We all know that you are the first director to adapt Batman into a film. Can you talk about why you chose to be the producer this time? The Gothic director smiled and said into the microphone, Wayne asked me to come here. I originally intended to make another Batman, but Wayne also wanted to direct Bruce Wayne himself. Perhaps their fate can be seen from the name. At this point, he deliberately turned his head to look at Wayne, and there was a burst of good-natured laughter in the conference room. When the young director spread his hands to him, he continued, since Bruce Wayne and Wayne Greenberg are both called Wayne, it means that director Greenberg is ready to put himself on the screen. I believe he will do better than me. His production style is naturally suitable for Batman, and I have more experience in this role, so he pulled me over. Everyone gave Tim Burton a round of applause, and then a reporter continued to ask, Tim, you still have Ed Wood to produce, and Wayne is still producing it. Will this affect the progress of the Batman project? When will this project start shooting? This is also the most concerned issue for everyone. The two alternative directors have proven themselves in Hollywood. Whether it is their shooting style or market performance, they will not be an obstacle to the new project. But after all, both of them still have work to do. When will Batman start, and will it be affected by their current work? The film will start preparation soon. I have basically completed Ed Wood. Wayne will also finish his work as soon as possible, and then prepare for this superhero together. Tim Burton said happily. Director Greenberg, there is news that the production cost of the new version of Batman is as high as hundreds of millions of dollars. For the first time taking over such a huge production, are you worried about the box office performance of the film? This time the reporter directed the topic to Wayne. After all, no matter what, he has never filmed such an investment project. I can answer this question for director Greenberg. Tim Burton said directly to the microphone without waiting for Wayne to think of how to answer. I think this is the least thing you need to worry about in terms of movie box office and profitability. The name Wayne Greenberg represents success. Chapter 194 Batman's Selection. Tim Burton's answer to the reporter was certainly exaggerated, but it was tacitly accepted by everyone present. Without considering age, qualifications and other issues, if we simply count the market performance, Wayne Greenberg does represent the biggest success in recent years. It is not wrong to say that the thing he doesn't need to worry about the most is the box office and profitability of the film. Director Greenberg, the reporter from the New York Times stood up. Can you talk about your specific creative ideas for this Batman? Will it echo the previous work? Well, my answer may make Tim sad. Wayne raised his eyebrows to the reporters and said, I can tell you clearly that this film will not have any connection with the previous work. You may think of it as a reconstruction. I adapted this story based on the comics. The main core of this film is to tell the origin of Bruce Wayne and how he became Batman. I will try my best to explain everything the audience wants to know about Batman in a short time. For example, the mental journey of Bruce Wayne becoming Batman, and the equipment and accessories on Batman. I think many people will be very interested in how they came from. Almost everyone knows how Batman was born. Who can't know the origin of this most famous superhero? Wayne's meaning is very clear. He directly told the general fans through the media that this Batman is a brand new hero who has been rebuilt to distinguish it from the previous two films. After all, the second film's reputation among fans has been declining. He just wanted to make it clear to everyone that the previous one has nothing to do with the current one. Director Greenberg, will this Batman be related to the story of Joker? We all know that in the movie Joker, Bruce Wayne Jr. appears. This question happened to be the topic of today. Even if it was not asked, Wayne was ready to explain it himself. Yes, his story and Joker will take place in the same city, that is, Gotham City. I believe many people have guessed it. Yes, it was Arthur the Joker who led to the story of Batman, and they will live in the same time and space. Since the Joker has appeared in this metropolis, how can Bruce Wayne be missing to protect it? This is one of Wayne's purposes. The glory created by Joker is still in front of us. This story has already been widely popularized in North America. It would be a waste not to use it to introduce the new Batman. This kind of publicity and promotion without any cost would be more cost effective than investing tens of millions of dollars in advertising. Audiences who have seen Joker will naturally focus their attention on this new film. If necessary, he doesn't even mind letting Arthur show up in advance. The reporter asked excitedly, you mean Bruce Wayne will be linked with Arthur on the big screen? Yes. Wayne adjusted his posture and said to the microphone affirmatively, Bruce Wayne will definitely be linked with Arthur, but there won't be too many Arthurs in this film. This film mainly tells the origin of Batman. Wait, Wayne, you mean this is not a separate movie? Shrugging at the reporter, he continued, of course, I planned this to be a trilogy series. When Bruce Wayne grows up to be a real Batman, he will usher in Arthur, a natural opponent, in the second part. Oh, sorry, I can't reveal too much. After answering a few trivial questions, the new film press conference ended at Wayne's signal. He didn't care what the reporters thought now. The most important thing was to discuss the preparation issues with Tim Burton. As far as he knew, the production of Ed Wood was about to end, and Tim Burton would have more time to invest in this project. Several people came to Jeff Robinoff's office together. After sitting down, Wayne couldn't wait to say, Tim, the sooner the preparations start, the better. When can you spare some time? Tim Burton lowered his head and thought for a while. Before the Oscars, I will finish my current work before the awards ceremony and start preparing for Batman. After hearing this answer, Wayne nodded with satisfaction. It seems that there is enough time. After 6 to 8 months of preparation, it is guaranteed that the film will start shooting this year. Looking at Wayne's face, Tim Burton asked, what do you think about the actor for Bruce Wayne? Damn, this guy's not going to recommend Johnny Depp, right? This is the first thought of Wayne when he heard this question. This gothic director and that genius geek are inseparable. For almost any distinctive role, the first candidate that the other party thinks of is Johnny Depp. Fortunately, the other party's next words broke Wayne's worries. I recommend Val Kilmer. He was the Batman I picked a long time ago. Or you can meet him in person. Is he a little too old?" Before Wayne could speak, Jeff Robinov expressed his concerns. Val Kilmer was born in 1959 and is now in his 30s. It is a challenge for him to play a young Batman, both in terms of appearance and physical strength. There is no problem with this person's acting skills. The main problem is his age. Wayne recalled Val Kilmer's information and did not deny his opinion. He just said, "Tim, if you want to get this role, the prerequisite is to sign a long-term contract with Warner Brothers and at least participate in the next few movies. This is a prerequisite. Apart from anything else, this can also effectively control the subsequent costs." Robert Downey Jr. was originally because of this. Marvel later wanted to invite him to continue to play Iron Man, but the price he paid was too high, and this can also ensure the smoothness of the film. This is not a standalone Batman, and it is best not to change actors in the middle. He looked at Tim Burton and continued, "Moreover, this role requires a long period of training and fitness. At Val Kilmer's age, he may not be able to stick to several months of high-intensity training. Hold a large-scale audition, specifically for this role." Tim Burton was not obsessed with his own candidate, and Val Kilmer could not sign a long-term contract with Warner Brothers. Any normal actor who has already gained some fame would not easily sign a long-term contract with any production company, which is equivalent to blocking his own way out. Those who can meet this condition can only be those newcomers who are eager to stand out, or actors seeking transformation, so he directly proposed to select through auditions. Wayne nodded. "That's what I mean, but you need to host the audition, and I still need to keep an eye on the post-production work of it." "No problem, I will finish the work at hand as soon as I go back." After the simple exchange, Wayne and Tim Burton left the Warner building together. The specific matters still need to wait until the other party officially joins the group before we can discuss them, and now we can only have a simple chat. In fact, the most suitable candidate for Batman in Wayne's mind is definitely Christian Bale, but now this British actor has just entered Hollywood. At the age of early 20s, no one knows whether his acting skills can support this role. The audition invitation must be sent to Christian Bale, and it depends on his performance at that time. In Wayne's memory, this British actor is a representative of professionalism. His body is like a balloon, and he can gain weight or lose weight in a short period of time. Regardless of whether he is healthy or not, every director will like such an actor. With Wayne's current appeal, there must be many actors who want this role. In addition, with the investment of hundreds of millions of dollars in the film, it is estimated that many famous actors may also come to audition. It should not be difficult to find a suitable one among them. After signing the contract, Wayne put his energy back into post-production. The sooner it is completed, the more he can shift his energy to Batman. The next day, the media also reported the news about the establishment of the Batman project. Although director Wayne Greenberg has only shot 4 films, his box office results are higher than the last one. The previous year's Joker completely ignited the world. This Batman is another comic book adaptation film after Wayne Greenberg's Joker. The story will also take place in the same time and space. This is a new attempt. Facing the pressure of hundreds of millions of dollars in investment, Tim Burton said, Wayne Greenberg may not need to care about the box office results the least. Putting down the Los Angeles Times in his hand, Hector Henry sat in the park, holding a half-eaten hamburger in one hand, and took out his mobile phone with the other hand to call his girlfriend. Since graduating from college, a group of Wayne's fans have gone their separate ways, and everyone is trying to find a job. Until today, Hector Henry can still remember what happened when they watched Joker together. They watched the movie together, applauded silently together, and then went back to the dormitory together, filled out the evaluation of Joker on the IMDb website, and pushed this movie to the second place in the top 250. Although not many people know about this website now, and its members are all senior movie fans, Hector Henry has always believed that this website will become popular in the future. After the call was connected, the voice of his girlfriend Daisy came from the other end. "Honey, how was your interview? Damn it, I swear if you hadn't found a job yet, I would definitely leave this company. Those leaders are vampires, and they desperately squeeze us in turns every day. Honey? Oh, dear, I'm sorry. It seems that the company I went to this morning didn't work out again. Speaking of this, Hector Henry felt very embarrassed. But I have good news to tell you. Chapter 195. Everyone has become the same person as they once were. Although the interview in the morning was probably ruined, Hector Henry looked at the newspaper beside his legs and said to the phone, "I just saw in the Los Angeles Times that Wayne is going to release a new movie. Maybe it will be another masterpiece." Hector. Daisy's voice came from the phone. "This joke is not funny. Are you reading last year's newspaper? Wayne's new movie, it is probably about to be completed." "No, Daisy." Hector Henry swallowed the hamburger in a few bites and picked up the newspaper again. "It's Batman. In addition to this year's his new film will also be Batman." The newspaper said that this new Batman will be linked with the Joker. Just thinking about it makes people excited. Linked? Does it mean appearing in the same city? Yes, that's what the newspaper said. He looked at the office building in the distance and continued on the phone. "What do you think? When Wayne's new film is released, we will invite all the former partners together and then go to the theater next to the school to watch it." The phone suddenly fell silent. They graduated together, but had different destinies. Some people, like Hector Henry, kept interviewing and looking for jobs, while others, like Daisy, successfully found a place to intern. But when everyone went out into society, the contact gradually became less and less, and everyone was struggling for survival. "Hector, this is a good idea. I will be responsible for contacting everyone. It will be released on the first weekend of September, right? We will get together again then." Daisy's voice was full of encouragement. "Don't be discouraged. If you don't pass the interview, just keep going. This is definitely not the end of the world. Honey, our fate is much better than Arthur's. We should all cherish life." After hanging up the phone, Hector Henry took out a water bottle from his bag and drank a few big gulps. He looked at this small park in Burbank, which was full of white-collar workers taking a lunch break. Most of the people here were dressed like him, wearing cheap suits. He believed that he would become a member of a company here. "Sorry." The sudden greeting scared Hector Henry. When he turned around, he found a black guy in a security uniform with a warm smile on his face. "Excuse me, can I borrow your newspaper?" The other party's warm smile did not make Hector Henry less vigilant, but he still handed over the Los Angeles Times. "Here, I'll give it to you. I've read it." After saying that, he took the water bottle, put on his backpack, and left the park, and continued to rush to the next company for an interview. The black guy put away his smile, sat on the bench, and held up the newspaper. His reading ability was not very strong, and he could only recognize most of the words on it, but he could guess the general meaning. "Is the new movie coming?" As he said this, he couldn't help but show his 2 rows of white teeth and laughed again. He folded the newspaper neatly and put it in his jacket pocket. It has been more than half a year since he came to Burbank, and Schroeder has become accustomed to a peaceful life. Although being a security guard doesn't make much money, he no longer has to worry about being shot by strangers for no reason. It's a pity that his girlfriend Jennifer doesn't understand the choice Schroeder made at all. After he left the quagmire and secretly changed his face to live, the girl still didn't change. She struggled in the colored community by selling her young body. "Yes, Arthur, I did it." Schroeder is no longer a gang member now. He paid everything in exchange for an ordinary life. Just like what he said after watching Joker, he tried to leave the quagmire and paid a lot, but he did it. This is the life that Arthur wants but cannot get. Schroeder feels that he can still be saved, so he works hard for it. It seems that I have to tell Tom about the shift change in advance. Batman is too far away, but fortunately it is coming in September. On the 3rd day, after signing the contract with Warner Brothers, Wayne submitted a movie trailer to the distribution department. Then he blocked the outside information again. Except for occasional contact with Tim Burton, he focused all his energy on the post-production of it. Until early April, with the help of Zack Snyder and editor Dawn Scott, the film's first cut and 2 fine cuts were finally completed. This film basically has no annoying CG special effects added, and there are no tedious lens comparisons. It can be said that it can be announced that the production is completed after another round of editing and post-production music. At the same time, Wayne missed this year's Oscars due to work reasons. This year is the 66th Oscars. Like last year, the venue is still the Los Angeles Music Center in California. However, the highlight was that Whoopi Goldberg became the host, and the biggest winner was Steven Spielberg's Schindler's List, as everyone expected. Schindler's List won the Best Picture, which was well deserved, and Steven Spielberg also won the Best Director Oscar. It is worth mentioning that Tom Hanks, with his wonderful performance in Once Upon a Time in Philadelphia, defeated Daniel Day-Lewis in The Name of the Father, Lawrence Fishburne's What's Love Got to Do with It, Anthony Hopkins' The Remains of the Day, and Liam Neeson's Schindler's List, and won the Best Actor award at the 66th Academy Awards. Big Tom has started his legendary superstar journey. This year, there is also a movie called Forrest Gump, which will push the reputation of this big-nosed, honest, and simple superstar to a peak. When people talk about Hollywood representatives, Tom Hanks is definitely a name that cannot be bypassed. Nominated for the Best Actor Oscar. Although he didn't win, his value won't be too high, right? In a specially separated audition room in the studio of Warner Brothers Studios, Tim Burton frowned as he looked at the newspaper brought by Wayne, and said to the photo of Liam Neeson, "I don't think so." Wayne was very optimistic about this actor. Liam Neeson was definitely one of those people who had a wider acting range as he got older. The role of Henry Ducas can definitely impress him, and his salary shouldn't be high in comparison. The actor's previous performances in films such as Dark Ages, Anna Kristina and Schindler's List were not paid much, and his performance in other films was not well known except for the last one. If it weren't for the blessing of the Best Actor Oscar nomination, his value would be even lower. This kind of actor who has almost never played the leading role in a mainstream commercial film is considered by the industry as someone who has not proven himself yet, and his salary is usually not too high. Tim Burton stroked the newspaper, thought for a while and said, "I will contact his agent to talk. If it is suitable, I will hold a separate audition for him." "Hurry up," Wayne said as he recalled. "The Oscars ceremony has just ended. There should be a lot of movies looking for him now. We'd better get ahead of others." This is what Wayne is most worried about. If he contacts him too late, Liam Neeson may join the crew of The King's Avatar. Although this film brought him a Venice Film Festival Best Actor award, these are not what he wants to consider. Wayne only wants to consider his own film. Only by negotiating a contract with Liam Neeson, as soon as possible can he let him start training, as soon as possible. However, he is confident that he can impress the other party. With the investment of hundreds of millions of dollars in Batman and his own reputation for continuous success, the probability of this invitation being rejected is very small. By the way, Tim Burton patted his forehead and took out a stack of photos. "These are all photos taken in Hong Kong. We don't need to go there to shoot, or we can set up the scene in the studio. There's still time." Wayne took the photos and flipped through them one by one. These were taken by Warner Brothers staff in Hong Kong. He planned to shoot the scenes in the front of the movie on location, and also to experience the film industry there up close. "There are many actors there, and it's known as the Hollywood base in the East. Our budget is very sufficient. It's better to shoot on location," he explained and continued to flip through the photos, nodding from time to time. Not only are there a sufficient number of actors to choose from, but the buildings needed for filming don't need to be specially built, which is very good. In fact, it's not Tim Burton's fault for not wanting to fly there. This is all caused by the long-standing biased public opinion. But Wayne doesn't care so much. He knows the real situation better than anyone else. Since the disintegration of the polar bear, North America has begun to regard the other side of the Pacific as a main imaginary enemy. But after all, there is still a honeymoon period. The most important thing is that the battle that shocked North America in the universe country won enough vigilance, but also won enough respect. Wayne wanted to laugh when he thought of this. Back then, the real group of martyrs showed the North American soldiers what steel wool was. The North American soldiers also showed the other side what the steel industry was. Both sides were shocked. And before Wayne fell asleep, in the World Epidemic Prevention War, North Americans learned to face death with equanimity, and the death of hundreds of thousands of people was like a joke. The other side of the Pacific began to smash equipment and crush all kinds of medical resources in the world, as if they were free. Everyone seemed to have become what the other person used to be. Tim, Wayne. The door of the audition room was suddenly opened, and the casting director Schwartz walked in. He turned his head behind him and said, "The guys outside are all ready. Do you want to start now?" Chapter 196 Handsome Guys. Normally, Wayne is not willing to participate in the first few rounds of auditions. Even if there are actors he has already liked, he will wait for Schwartz to screen them first. If an actor cannot pass the first few rounds of auditions, then even if he has already liked them, it can only mean that the actor himself is not suitable and has defects. This circle is so realistic. No matter what means or methods you use, as long as you can pass the previous auditions, at least it means that you are indeed qualified to compete. This Batman has invested hundreds of millions of dollars. Other roles are easy to say, especially the actor who plays the male protagonist Bruce Wayne. If he cannot show surprising characteristics or convincing audition performance, even if Jeff Robinoff of Warner Bros. Comes, it is still impossible to decide on the person on a whim. Because of Wayne's special requirements for this role, Schwartz and Tim Burton use the most commonly used method in the circle to cast a net to catch fish. As long as there is an agent with qualified actors and they pass the preliminary review of Schwartz's assistant, they can come to participate in the first round of large-scale auditions. This also caused Schwartz, who was in charge of the first round of auditions, to be targeted by agents from various companies. Hollywood crews have never been able to avoid personal relationships, but this time was different. The casting director understood Wayne's preference for the male lead, and even the 3 assistants who assisted him were specifically warned by him not to take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble. In fact, the requirements for passing the first round of auditions are really not high. As long as you are under 30 years old, your body is stronger than ordinary people, or you can train to be stronger in a short time, and your appearance meets the aesthetic standards of most people. No one will consider whether you have acting experience or your lines. Most of the attention will still be on height, appearance, and body shape. No matter big or small, actors and agents understand that this is definitely the fastest way to fame. As long as you can get this role, it basically means career advancement. This circle is not big or small. The relationships between various agents, production companies, and crew members are quite complicated. No one can guarantee that they will not be affected by off-site factors. When Tim Burton participated in the second round, he found that many actors were stuffed in for inexplicable reasons. He didn't mean to blame Schwartz. Being able to be squeezed in at least showed that his appearance was qualified. So he basically just watched the audition silently and didn't mean to intervene. Just as Tim Burton expected, Schwartz and his assistant screened these people again in a relatively fair environment. Until this time Wayne also appeared here. Strictly speaking, there are still dozens of candidates, and Wayne can't audition them one by one for a long time. This time, he and Tim Burton just looked at everyone and decided on the candidates for the next round of auditions. Regardless of whether you have qualifications or not, these people are all lined up in groups of 6 and enter the audition room again and again to be examined by Tim Burton and the other 3. There is basically no personal performance in this process. Only those who have the right appearance will be selected again. The meaning of beauty pageant is definitely greater than selecting actors. I always thought that Hollywood was full of beautiful women, but I didn't expect there are so many handsome guys. When the first group of people were brought in by the assistant, even Wayne couldn't help but sigh. Although the appearance of each of the group of people who came in was different, they were all handsome men in the eyes of the public. Tim Burton shrugged and said softly, "It is much more difficult for male actors to make a name for themselves than female actors, but there is no shortage of excellent handsome men here. This is Hollywood." Looking at the 6 men in front of him, Wayne picked up the resumes prepared by Schwartz and compared them with the real people in front of him one by one. The casting director was still the one who hosted this audition. Seeing that the 2 big guys didn't say anything and were looking through the resumes by themselves, he directly said to the actors, "Gentlemen, I believe the assistant has just told you the process. Now please take off your shirts." This was communicated in advance, and the male actors did not hesitate at all. Those who could appear in this room were ready to show off their muscles. Not all of them are unknown, or unknown in the future. The first time Wayne looked up and observed, he saw 2 familiar faces, so he was thinking, while looking through the resumes, the 2 on the far left are not good. They don't meet the basic requirements. Tim Burton tilted his head slightly towards Wayne and discussed with him softly. The physical foundation of these two people is just the standard of ordinary people. We don't need young and tender chickens. Even if they are trained, it is difficult for them to become muscular men. Wayne looked up and nodded, making a mark on the resumes of these two people. Different from the aesthetics of the East, even if you are a high quality idol here, you will definitely not be a flower boy type. For example, these two have a good face, but their bodies are not much different from normal thin young people. This kind of people needs years of training, otherwise, let alone the crew of Batman, even some low-cost commercial films will not use them. The high-quality idols in Hollywood can only be idols with a strong masculine aura. Even handsome guys like Leo and Tom Cruise will have muscles when they take off their clothes. This is a big difference in the aesthetics of Eastern and Western audiences. Mr. Affleck. Retracting his gaze from the resume, Wayne looked up and called out, interrupting Schwartz's intention to let them continue to show. The resume says that you participated in 2 feature films in 1992, right? The director, who had been silent all the time, was definitely the focus of observation of the 6 people after entering the room, and was also the focus of their attention. The third actor on the left was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice of the man calling him, and then showed a hint of surprise. He noticed his own gaffe and immediately nodded with a straight face. Yes, Mr. Greenberg, I participated in the drama school Storm and the fantasy comedy Buffy the Vampire Slayer in 1992. Both films were released in theaters. In School Storm, I played. Okay. Without letting the other party continue to introduce, Wayne raised his hand to indicate that he was okay and lowered his head to draw a circle on the other party's resume to represent the focus of attention. Curiously looking at the actor who stopped, Tim Burton noticed his action and asked softly, "Is this good?" Wayne nodded casually, but he was also weighing in his mind if he used this actor to play Bruce Wayne, how big the possibility would be, and whether there would be any other impact. In terms of appearance and figure, the actor's advantage is not obvious, but the figure can be trained at a glance, which is more in line with Wayne's setting. In any case, those who can prove themselves in the future will definitely be the focus of Wayne's attention. If he can surprise him in the subsequent audition, he doesn't mind letting the other party become famous in advance, without having to wait for Good Will Hunting a few years later. After the group of people went out, they stopped for a few minutes in the middle. Schwartz turned around and said, "How about these people? I see you are quite interested in Mr. Affleck." Picking out the 2 resumes that he had just marked, Wayne handed them to the casting director. "Fortunately, you go back and inform the agents of these 2 people that they don't have to participate in the subsequent auditions." Then he reached out and gently touched the stubble on his chin. Yes, of course he was interested in that actor. This is also a very plastic actor, a natural Batman. He still had impressions of Gone Girl, Pearl Harbor, and Argo, especially Justice League and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, which made Wayne unmoved. "Go on, focus on Mr. Affleck, Schwartz. I need more detailed information about him." The casting director nodded. "No problem, the information will be given to you during the next round of auditions." After that, he raised his hand and signaled to the assistant to bring in the next group of people. Taking advantage of the free time, Tim Burton said curiously, "I heard that your assistant director Zach, his production style is almost the same as yours. Now he is in charge of the post-production of it, right? It should be finished soon." "It is very similar." Wayne breathed a sigh of relief and slowly frowned. "But that's because he shot 2 films with me, and he deliberately learned some things. Now we can only say that they are similar on the surface, but after all, some things are different. There are basically not many problems with it." Wayne had a headache when talking about this. After all, Zack Snyder was different from him. From this post-production work, he found that Zack Snyder was deliberately learning from him in all aspects. Now he himself is not sure whether this is a good thing. You know, Zack Snyder is good at large-scale things and is very sensitive to heavy pictures. Wayne let him get in touch with these things in advance. What will this person become in the future? Even he began to wonder. What's there to worry about? After all, it's a good thing. Tim Burton saw him frowning slightly and said with some doubt, "I know some of your plans for DC Comics. Isn't this kind of assistant director your best helper? That's the best. He shook his head slightly. The second group of 6 guys, still under Schwartz's command, began to take off their shirts and pose to show off their muscles. But Wayne almost laughed when he took a closer look. The actor on the far left was definitely not handsome, but his face was definitely popular with the audience. He flipped through the actor's resume, but did not ask as he did just now. Although he liked this guy named Matt Damon, he did not pay much attention to him. He just did not cross him out and left everything to the audition performance later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. Old friends are here too. Actors in the studio came in and out. At first, Wayne would carefully compare them one by one, but later he simply crossed out the ones he didn't like and left only those who met the requirements. There were some familiar faces among them, but they didn't get any special treatment. However, most of them were unknown actors. Everyone knew that as a newcomer, even if they got the role, the pay would be very effective. But the attraction of being the leading actor in Wayne's new film was definitely big enough for these young actors who had not yet become famous. Not to mention these male actors who had not yet made their mark. Some already famous little stars still had people thinking about this role. Whether it was suitable or not, it would never go wrong to try. As more and more actors entered the audition room in front, the time they stayed in it became shorter and shorter. Now there was a handsome guy who was a bit different from others in the group of people waiting behind. His agent pulled him aside, ignored the eyes of the people around him, and whispered to him. Although Jimmy is no longer your co-managing agent, it's not easy for him to be willing to give you this face. I spent a lot of effort in the company to help you get this opportunity. The agent looked around, and his voice became smaller and smaller. It's not that you haven't worked together before. One of the comments given to Wayne Greenberg by the outside world is that he is nostalgic. In any case, your chance is definitely better than others. Show yourself well. Ethan Hawke listened to the agent's instructions helplessly, nodded and walked back to the team. He himself certainly had never considered starring in Batman, and he felt that he was not that kind of person at all, but he couldn't resist the persuasion of his agent and family, and also signed up for this audition. Wayne's achievements in the past 2 years were so brilliant that Ethan Hawke was willing to try to see if he could work with him again. He could still remember what happened a few years ago. At that time, Wayne was a very green director with no filming experience. In addition, due to the lack of funds in the crew, he also took on several jobs such as director, cameraman, screenwriter, producer, etc., and sometimes he would also guest star as a stage manager and props. Then this young man started to soar to the sky. Last year's Joker broke many people's perception of the film market. In the past 2 years, Ethan Hawke has actually developed well and has no shortage of roles to play. He is the kind of actor with a wide range of roles. His good professional ethics and personality also make the directors he has worked with willing to use him again. Except for the unhappy relationship with Uma Thurman, he is quite satisfied with his career. Although his road to fame is relatively smooth, it is not the kind of overnight success. He understands the intentions of his agent and family. If he can get this role and work with Wayne Greenberg again, his fame will definitely increase significantly in a short period of time. At first, even he himself did not expect that his agent would find Jimmy privately. As one of Ethan Hawke's former co-managing agents, Jimmy helped him say hello so that he could smoothly join the queue after the registration deadline. Ethan, show the body you have trained in the past 2 years. Jimmy told me that this is very important. Before entering, the agent shook his fist at him again. Led by the assistant, 6 men entered the audition room one by one, and then under the direction of the casting director, they took off their shirts and began to make some movements to show themselves. Ethan Hawke was quite confident about his figure. While he was doing the movement slowly, he put his eyes on the director's position. Looking at this much more mature young man, I couldn't help but recall the memories of a few years ago. At that time, there were not many people in their crew, and almost every behind-the-scenes staff had to do a lot of things. Sometimes the few actors would help. Naomi Watts would stick to this man every day, and the rest of the time was spent on intrigues with Uma Thurman. What Ethan Hawke didn't expect was that the Australian woman is now big star. Especially in last year's Mrs. Doubtfire, her beauty on the big screen has definitely become the dream lover of many fans. Now there is a saying in the circle that, if you want the film to be successful, invite Naomi Watts to be a vase, which is a guarantee for the box office of the film. The second woman who came out of the small workshop-style crew of Happy Death Day was Uma Thurman. Although they had an unpleasant relationship experience, he also admitted that this scheming woman was born to be suitable for Hollywood. I heard that Pulp Fiction, in which she participated, will also be released this year. Ethan Hawke let out a long breath, facing the director, raised his two arms, and showed his upper body. What frustrated him was that his muscles were not outstanding among this group of people. It was Jimmy who called me. The registration time had passed, so he was added in. Schwartz approached the director and explained softly in his ear. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Jimmy's face must be given, and there was no need to worry about his boss being angry. He is not suitable. Wayne nodded to show his understanding. Without facing Tim Burton and Schwartz, he directly sentenced Ethan Hawke to death. This was completely different from the Bruce Wayne he designed. Ethan Hawke was definitely a good actor, and the kind of actor he liked. This man is dedicated, modest, and has good acting skills, but that doesn't mean he's suitable for Batman. There are many people who are more suitable for this role than him, and he has no advantage in this regard. When the audition was about to end, the actors lined up to go out together, and Wayne raised his hand and called him. Ethan, don't rush to leave after the audition. It's been a long time since we last met. Let's find a place to sit down and chat. This sentence instantly made the eyes of the other actors locked on Ethan Hawke, and their eyes were full of jealousy. Okay, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the studio. Hearing Wayne's unexpected words, he was stunned for a moment and nodded. Then I won't disturb you to continue working. After saying that, he walked out with a group of people. Facing the anxious questions of his agent, he shook his head and walked towards the rest area at the entrance of the studio. The agent chased him and kept asking questions. Ethan, how do you feel? Is there hope? After walking out of the studio and sitting at the door, he spoke. Not much hope. I have almost no advantage among this group of people, especially in terms of the body shape that we think is good. Don't have too high expectations. Even if I don't get this role, I will not lack invitations. How is it possible? Didn't you say hello to Wayne Greenberg? Maybe he will consider our old friendship. Jason. Ethan Hawke shook his head at the agent. Wayne is indeed more nostalgic, but if you can't meet his standards, no matter how much off-field work you do, it will not make much sense. Do you think that the friendship we have worked together once is worth him taking a risk of more than $100 million US? This is a very realistic question, and the agent fell silent instantly. Looking at the entire Hollywood, even those superstars are probably not worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Although it seems a bit biased to say this, it is definitely what people in the industry think. You go back first. Wayne asked me to sit down with him after I finish work. The audition was still going on in the audition room. Tim Burton looked at Ethan Hawke's resume in confusion. Wayne had crossed out a line on it, which meant that this familiar actor was eliminated in this round. Wayne, or you can see how he performs later, and then make this decision. Schwartz also saw the director's action and advised him. No. Wayne pointed at the resume with his finger. That's just a pure waste of both parties' time. We worked well together before. He is a good actor, but he is not the Bruce Wayne I need. As the last group of actors came in, one person immediately caught his attention. Christian Bale. This actor can definitely be put in the focus. He may be the first choice for the time being. How is Bale's acting now? This aspect is a question, but these will be shown in the next round of auditions, so there is no need to consider so much in this round. After drawing a circle on his resume, Wayne waved his hand to let Schwartz end this audition. He stood up, stretched, and handed a stack of resumes to the casting director. In general, the people we saw today were pretty good, but not many will remain. More than 80% of them will be eliminated. I called Spielberg Wayne put on his coat while explaining to Tim Burton the origin of the circle on his resume. Christian Bale was first selected by Spielberg. They worked together on Empire of the Sun. That's why I was optimistic about him early on. Then why not just? Who can predict what will happen in the future? There are too many places where accidents can happen. If he can't give a convincing performance in the subsequent auditions, it means that he is not suitable for playing Batman. Even if I'm optimistic about him, it will be useless. After saying that, he nodded to the two people and prepared to finish today's work. I have a date, so I'm going to go out first. When he left the audition room and came to the office to call Nina to go out together, Tim Burton caught up with him again. Hey, one more thing. What? I have an appointment with Industrial Light and Magic tomorrow. Don't forget that the sooner you talk to them about the special effects props needed for the film, the sooner they can start making them. The agent said. No problem. I'll go to the post-production studio tomorrow morning to take a look. After all, it is about to be completed. I'll come directly to the studio to meet you in the afternoon. After that, he shook hands with him, took Nina out of the studio, and prepared to invite Ethan Hawke to have a simple meal together. Chapter 198. For $100 million, you can take away the Lord of the Rings. Let's go sit across from here. Wayne and his friends got off the studio tram and did not change to another place, but went directly to the cafe across from them. The cafe should be old. He had been here several times before. It not only provides drinks like coffee, but also some simple food. Although it's a little late now, I still want to congratulate you, Wayne. Ethan Hawke took a sip of coffee and looked at the young director who was eating the sandwich without any scruples. The achievements created by Joker are simply amazing. You don't know, I was stunned by the box office figures in the newspaper at that time. After the success of Happy Death Day, he felt that this young man was talented and was born to do this job. Later, Get Out not only got a high box office return, but also caused a lot of waves in society, making many people aware of the problem of racial discrimination. But after Joker, this young man was like creating miracles. After watching the film, Ethan Hawke knew that his rapid progress in the first two films and the style he had trained began to be integrated in this Joker. This young director has slowly embarked on a path to becoming a master. Just like the path of Hitchcock and Francis Coppola. Thank you. Sorry, I'm hungry after working all day. Wayne picked up the paper towel on the table to wipe his hands and took a big sip of the warm coffee. Why did you think of auditioning for Batman? Don't bother Jimmy next time. You can call me directly. My number has not changed. For such people who give him a good impression, he is more willing to cooperate again. If the other party has any problems, he is also willing to help as much as he can. Meeting Ethan Hawke today also touched Wayne. Except for the small crew of Happy Death Day at the beginning, the big crews behind never gave him the feeling of working together. Think about it, a small crew like a workshop, with a total of only a dozen people. Especially when these people reached the later stage of filming, they all had the feeling of working hard together. Looking at him, Wayne said directly, "But, Ethan, I have to tell you the truth. Bruce Wayne does not match your image, and this role is not suitable for you. It will only waste your time and energy to continue." Ethan Hawke spread his hands and smiled. Obviously, he had prepared himself mentally and did not show too much disappointment. He himself had no shortage of movies to shoot, and he also had a certain reputation. It was just that he rarely encountered such a big male lead movie. It doesn't matter. I have prepared myself. If it weren't for the persuasion of my agent and family, I myself felt that I was not the same kind of person as Batman. That's good. Wayne waved to Nina, took out another business card from her bag, put it on the table, and pushed it over, saying, "This is the number of my personal assistant. If there is an emergency, you can call this. I'm busy with work during this period. I will go back first. When we have time, we can get together with our old friends and have a party." After that, he stood up, shook hands with the other party, and took Nina out of the cafe and got into the car. Ethan Hawke knew that Wayne was really busy. There was no shortage of news about him in the newspapers during this period. The production of two films collided with each other. This could be said to be a typical workaholic. Moreover, the personal business card on the table was the most important. He believed that not everyone could get it. This business card almost represented a promise. Whether it was asking him to do something or seeking a movie role, it would be a shortcut. You really are nostalgic. Although they didn't talk for a long time, he could see that the reason why Wayne asked him to sit together was to tell him the result of the audition in person. This was already taking care of the feelings of an old acquaintance. After all, their status in the circle was not equal at all. The Rolls-Royce drove smoothly on the streets of Los Angeles. The assistant sat on the sofa by herself, covering her mouth and answering the phone in a low voice. Not only her own phone, but also her boss's 2 phone numbers were all in her hands. No matter who wanted to find Wayne, they had to pass the assistant first. It was up to her to judge or report whether to answer the call. There was no way. Hollywood never had secrets. Anyone who was interested could find Wayne's earliest phone number. There were countless people who recommended themselves, sold scripts, held art auctions, and financial companies. But he had been using this number all the time, and there was no possibility of it being abandoned. So no matter what the call was, Nina would answer it and make a judgment, otherwise he would basically have no time to work quietly. Charlize Theron. The assistant put down the phone in her hand. She said a name that he had almost forgotten. She asked me if I could come to the manor in the evening and wanted Sergey to pick her up. F***K. Snap. Wayne raised his hand and slapped his thigh. This time, you could tell from the sound that he had used force, and the crisp sound could be heard through his suit pants. He couldn't help but say, "Damn it, I forgot to save a role for her." It was probably because this chick saw the news in the media, but he hadn't told her the follow-up arrangements, so she couldn't help but call. Nina seemed to have not heard what her boss said, raised her eyebrows and happily flipped through the fashion magazine. She was very happy to see her boss being humiliated by a woman. In the eyes of the assistant, this is a super scumbag who makes her busy all day long, and he deserves his bad luck. Wayne really forgot about this matter. When he was in Canada, he saw Naomi Watts guarding him for 2 days and 1 night. His first reaction was to let the Australian beauty play Batman's childhood sweetheart, the prosecutor in Gotham City. This was originally intended to be left for South African diamonds a year ago. Now things are not easy to deal with. You can't just turn your face and ignore people after putting on pants. Wouldn't that be the same as Harvey, the fat pig? Boss, how should I reply to her? Nina's mouth corners slowly curled up, and she teased her boss again. After we go back, let Sergey pick her up, Wayne said helplessly. By the way, Nina, are you sure you don't want to find a boyfriend? This sentence ruined the assistant's good mood, and her face fell instantly. She waved her hand weakly, rolling her eyes and mumbling, "Maybe I should really find 2 handsome guys who approach me with ulterior motives, and then play a trick of not recognizing me after I put on my pants, and finally let you, the big director, pay for it all. There are quite a few good people auditioning today." What? The car turned into the manor, and Wayne just pushed the door and got out of the car, and the housekeeper Hella walked over quickly and reported to him in a low voice. "Guests came to the house and said they couldn't contact you. I asked them to wait for you in the living room." Touching his head and walking into the living room with some surprise, he felt a burst of surprise again. Did he feel that he was being compared with the other party on the road? The fat man Harvey Weinstein and the strange-looking director Quentin Tarantino stood up on the sofa after watching him come in. "Director Greenberg, I'm sorry to bother you." The fat man took the lead in extending his hand and greeted him enthusiastically. He was completely different from the Jewish tyrant he had seen before. With Wayne's current status, the other party would not treat him like before. At least the 2 of them had the qualifications to talk on an equal footing. "Hello, Harvey." "Hello, Director Tarantino. Please sit down. What can I do for you?" After shaking hands with the fat man and Quentin, Wayne asked them to sit down. He was thinking about their purpose in his heart. He should have almost no intersection with this fat man later. Then I'll be frank. Harvey Weinstein didn't waste any time and said directly, "My assistant flew to the UK and wanted to buy the film and television rights of a book, but the original owner and the publisher said that you bought it nearly a year ago. The Lord of the Rings?" Hearing this, he suddenly realized that he didn't expect that this fat man had started to set his sights on the Lord of the Rings so early. According to his memory, the film and television rights of this movie were indeed collected by Harvey, and then because of investment issues, another New Zealand fat man Peter Jackson forced Harvey to find investment and shoot it himself. In this way, the final distribution company became New Line Cinema. He couldn't remember the details, but it should be roughly like this. "Excuse me, Harvey." Before the other party spoke again, Wayne also said directly, "I'm not going to sell the film adaptation rights of this film. If possible, I will personally make this epic work into a film in a few years." Wait, Wayne. Seeing his firm attitude, Harvey Weinstein was ready to give it a try. "We all know that's your production style in this kind of film. Okay, you name a price." He had just said half of his words when he noticed an impatient look on Wayne's face. He immediately changed his words and decisively prepared to talk with money. In Harvey Weinstein's mind, everyone is Jewish. Who doesn't know what everyone is like? The so-called reluctance and preparation to shoot it by himself are nothing more than the price is not high enough. He wants the other party to set a psychological price that can be sold. When he heard the fat man's words, Wayne laughed. "Harvey, do you think I'm short of money? Well, let's not talk about this anymore. Even if I really give you a price, it's not in line with market rules." Wayne certainly doesn't lack money. If he wasn't planning to invest in Warner Brothers, he could be considered one of the richest people in North America. "You can name a price." Harvey Weinstein suddenly realized that the other party really didn't lack money. "I don't know about other income, but the movie Joker alone earned tens of millions of dollars from the media reports." But he still wanted to give it a try. It would be a pity to come here in vain. "For $100 million, you can take away the Lord of the Rings." Picking up the coffee brought by Hella, Wayne said a terrifying price. Chapter 199. Two choices. Harvey Weinstein left with a calm face, which was very unlike his fearless character. This fat pig dared to challenge the 6 top executives. Especially after the fight with Disney Emperor Michael Eisner, there was almost no one Harvey Weinstein dared not provoke. However, this was an extremely smart fat man. It had only been a few months since various women bit Morgan Freeman, and those women suddenly received legal assistance from big lawyers. It was obvious that there was capital controlling this matter. He didn't need to conflict with Wayne. Since Warner Brothers was so cruel this time, it had already meant to warn everyone. Quentin Tarantino obviously had something to say, but things didn't go well, so he also left in frustration. "Wayne, you haven't contacted me for a long time." Before dinner, Charlize Theron finally came, gave Wayne a hug, and whispered to him while holding his arm, "Every time you call, Nina always says you're working. Are you done with work now?" "No, I just came back a little earlier today." Stroking the girl's hair, he was thinking about how to arrange for her. If he could just give her a small role, of course, it would be fine, but that was obviously inconsistent with what he promised her at the beginning. He couldn't help but think about this headache. This girl paid what she should pay, so she should get the corresponding reward. This is the rule of the game, and he was not going to break it unreasonably. "You know my next movie is Batman." Wayne could clearly feel the girl's body tense up instantly. This is a male-themed movie, and there are no important female characters in it. "Don't talk, listen to me." He pressed hard with the hand that was stroking the girl's hair, stopping her from saying what she wanted to say. Wayne raised his hand and stretched out a finger, saying, "I'll give you 2 choices. You have 1 night to think about it. First, I will seek a major female role for you in Warner Brothers' new project next year. Believe me, I still have this face." Seeing that the girl was obviously considering it seriously, he immediately stretched out a second finger. "Second, you have a chance to play a small role in Batman and see how a movie is born. After this movie, I will arrange a female role for you in the next project." These 2 options have their pros and cons. The first one can save her a year, and with Wayne's connections, the role is absolutely guaranteed, which can give her a smooth start in Hollywood. The second one is a matter of opinion. She wastes an extra year, but she can participate in Wayne's next project. Judging from the investment in Batman, there will definitely be no shortage of investment in the future. "Don't be impatient, girl." Wayne put his hand into her collar. The girl was obviously in a brainstorming, and her sense of the outside world was basically cut off. You have one night to think about it. Maybe you can call your agent to discuss it and give me the answer tomorrow. As he moved, Charlize Theron woke up. She didn't care about anything else. She immediately took out her phone and ran out of the living room. It seemed that she was more obedient and went to discuss it with her agent. Charlize Theron ran out of the living room and sat down by the fountain in the center of the small square. She knew the importance of this opportunity and had to discuss it with her agent. This choice might affect her career. She had taken acting classes for a year and could hardly hold back her urge to act in a movie as soon as possible. Mandy, go ahead and talk. I need you to help me analyze a choice. Here's what's going on. She repeated Wayne's words in detail on the phone. She remembered the two choices very clearly. Then there was a long silence on the phone. Charlize Theron didn't speak. She knew that her agent Mandy was considering the pros and cons. Listen, if I were you, I would choose the second option. Although it will take an extra year, it will greatly guarantee that you can participate in a film with a high success rate. There is a saying in Hollywood, now that Wayne Greenberg equals success. Of course, no one can guarantee that he will never fail, but this man is in the most vigorous creative period of a director. The probability of his failure is definitely much lower than that of other directors. There is also an absolute advantage that you will have enough time to get in touch with him more. These words have basically convinced Charlize Theron, but the last sentence of the agent still puzzled her. Mandy, get in touch with him more. He should have a lot of women. I'm not stupid. I can absolutely guarantee that he won't fall in love with me. You haven't had contact with him, so you don't know. This man's sweet words will only stay before he exits my body. Normally, he will remain absolutely rational and always speak with interests. Mandy's laughter came over clearly. Don't be silly. When he puts down the camera, he is a typical capitalist. Of course, he will talk about interests. I don't expect you to be Naomi Watts, but don't be Halle Berry either. The agent paused and let his client digest it for a while before continuing to speak. Since you stayed at the manor, I have carefully analyzed the women around Wayne Greenberg. Naomi Watts can't have a second one. That was the woman he met when he was down and out. Their friendship was even greater than unbelievable love. But Halle Berry has almost never appeared by his side since the end of Joker. She is a stupid woman. The main female characters in Wayne Greenberg's movies are almost all played by women around him. Think about it yourself. After thinking for a while on the phone, Charlize Theron looked around and whispered, I understand. It's better to accompany a young and handsome Hollywood big shot than to please those pot-bellied old men. I will try my best not to make him lose interest in me. After hanging up the phone, she breathed a sigh of relief. After tidying up his shirt, he returned to the main building and accompanied Wayne to dinner. After dinner, Charlize Theron followed him upstairs obediently, but she remembered the previous phone call with her agent. She rolled her eyes slightly and whispered to Wayne on his shoulder, can you drive out for a while? I want to go to the convenience store to buy some things and we'll be back soon. Okay, go find Sergi yourself. I have some work to prepare, so I won't go with you. Wayne didn't take it to heart. The girl's request was not excessive. He went to the balcony on the third floor and stroked the fur of the two golden retrievers. They were getting lazier and lazier. When they had nothing to do, they would just lie down and not move. He took out the prepared Batman concept map and flipped through the props that needed to be made in advance one by one. Armor, mask, bat dart, etc. Needless to say, these things are relatively easy. One of the sci-fi style Batmobile is the focus. This car was designed by combining several movies he had watched in his previous life and adding some self-understanding. The feeling given to people is that, at first glance, you can tell that this guy is very powerful, like a shorter sci-fi version of a tank, but it exudes a sense of technology everywhere. At least 7 or 8 such Batmobiles must be made, and 5 of them must be guaranteed to be able to start normally, to cope with different shooting situations. This thing is not difficult to make. After all, there is no need to consider comfort, safety, etc., but it is a waste of time. There are also scenes in the film where Bruce Wayne is chased by the police. The Batmobile can go up and down, easily crushing houses and cars. These houses and cars and other scenes need to be modeled in advance, and models must be used for shooting. There are dozens of manuscripts, all of which were drawn slowly, and bit by bit, after he started to have this idea. The current version is only the final version, and there are more abandoned drawings. Fortunately, the director has basic skills in storyboard painting. While looking for places that can be improved, he muttered softly, "These manuscripts will be handed over to Industrial Light and Magic tomorrow, so that they can start prop modeling as soon as possible, and some CGI special effects to be used must also be discussed in advance." At this time, Wayne was particularly grateful for the study plan he had customized in his youth. If it weren't for more than 10 years of uninterrupted learning, he would not have mastered so many professional skills, let alone these design drafts. He was also particularly grateful that he didn't lose his head and use his cleverness to make money too early. Basically, if he continued on this path, he would never be short of money in his life. Sure enough, investing in yourself is the best investment. Putting the drawings and the things he would use tomorrow into a file box, Wayne gently rubbed the two big dog heads on his body, looking at the night view of Beverly, enjoying the rare tranquility. In fact, in this new Batman, Wayne still follows the thread of the moment of war, but there must be some changes, otherwise repeating Nolan's old path would not be able to connect other characters. Unlike the situation Nolan faced at the time, Batman had already released 4 films: Batman, Batman Returns, Batman Forever, and Batman and Robin. From the second film, there was a small loss of audience reputation. The last 2 movies directly ruined the audience's reputation, so Warner Brothers had to shelve the series at that time. Nolan saved Batman again. The downside is that he made this trilogy into a separate series, which is completely incompatible with the entire universe. Even Warner Brothers wanted to use Bruce Wayne as the beginning, to open their own universe. The situation faced by Wayne is different. Batman has not been shelved. Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent are still the most well-known superheroes in the world. Moreover, superhero movies have not yet become popular, which will invisibly increase the audience's expectations. This time, the superhero era will definitely not need Spider-Man to open it. This will definitely be Batman's mission. Chapter 200, Lessons Learned by Our Predecessors. When Charlize Theron returned to the manor, more than an hour had passed. She walked to the bedroom balcony with a gloomy face. When I was queuing to check out, an uncle with a child in front of me bought a box of bullets. The child took advantage of his father's checkout and swallowed one of them curiously. South African Diamond was unhappy. The most shitty thing is that the child's father didn't rush to the hospital, but started to argue with the salesperson about compensation. Damn it. Okay, there's nothing strange about this. Wayne poured her a cup of black tea. You didn't run outside Beverly? He has been here for more than 20 years and has heard a lot of such weird things. Although guns are not rampant in California, bullets are also sold on the counters of convenience stores. Excessive pursuit of freedom has a price. Most people's reason is that if bad guys have guns, then we must ensure that good people also have them. So there is the phrase Happy America, gun battles every day. Charlize Theron winked at him and said mysteriously, "Of course, the convenience store here doesn't have what I want." Then she put her arm around Wayne's arm, pulled him up, picked up her handbag mysteriously, and pulled him to the bathroom. "I went to buy some lubricating stuff. Let's go to the bathroom. I've prepared a few new games for you." Wayne slowly smiled. He liked the surprises the girl gave him. Every time he could open his eyes unexpectedly. The next morning, when the girl was still sleeping, he got in the car and went to the post-production studio in the sunshine of Los Angeles. The production of it is basically coming to an end. After he finalizes it, he will start adding the soundtrack immediately. After talking about his requirements with Zack Snyder and the editor, he got in the car and hurried to Warner Brothers Studios afternoon. There were not many people in the studio yet, so Wayne and Nina returned to their office and took a break. He opened the file box and took out the prepared manuscripts. These were the main tasks for today. The production of each prop item had to be explained clearly to the people from Industrial Light and Magic. "Boss, are these Batman's equipment?" It was not the first time that Nina saw him fiddling with these. She couldn't help but pick up a drawing out of curiosity. Wayne nodded and asked casually, yes, if you were a viewer, would you look forward to seeing Batman in the cinema? The assistant thought about it for a while before speaking. If it was your previous film, I wouldn't like it very much. Those stories were all black and not friendly to women. But if it was Batman, I would be looking forward to it. Bruce Wayne's name was too big, especially in North America. Whether it was a boy or a girl who hadn't read these comics when they were young, Superman and Wonder Woman, these three heroes accompanied many people's childhood, adolescence and youth. Wayne nodded, looking at the Batmobile, and slowly fell into deep thought. In his memory, Warner Brothers used to rely on the most well-known heroes, and almost every movie had a high box office, but it fell into a vicious circle step by step. Every time a movie was released, the box office would sell well in the first weekend, and then it would start to plummet in the second week. This is a typical result of the collapse of audience word of mouth. There are many reasons for this situation, and Wayne can only try to avoid some of them that he has analyzed. Recalling Zack Snyder's Batman v Superman, the strong appeal brought by Batman and Superman almost achieved a very good starting point as soon as it entered the theater market. Then it inevitably started to plummet in the next week. He didn't remember the specific box office figures. It seemed that it had earned more than $260 million in 2 weeks, but the box office in the second week was less than half of the first week. It was a typical high opening and low closing. At that time, many people on the internet discussed that this super blockbuster obviously lacked stamina, which even ordinary netizens could analyze. But compared with a cloth-like drop in box office, what is more tragic is that the film's reputation has collapsed all the way. Logically speaking, as Warner Brothers' top work of the year and the most anticipated super blockbuster by fans, whether it is the lineup of actors or the configuration of various behind-the-scenes personnel, it can be said to be the top in Hollywood. Even if it is not these two heroes, it should not be so bad, but it is indeed a lesson that has caused a lot of criticism on the internet. This is definitely a tragic lesson that Wayne must work hard to analyze and avoid. Did Zack Snyder do something wrong? Not necessarily in the environment at that time. He was just an avid DC comic fan. However, the mistakes made in the film are definitely worth keeping Wayne alert at all times. This time, he will slowly try to adapt Batman, using methods such as hints of Easter eggs, and shoot one by one step by step. But the important thing is a story adaptation, and it must not be completely developed in accordance with the comics. Zack Snyder has proved that, if a movie is made in full compliance with the comics, there will only be one situation. The film will become a carnival for DC fans, and passers-by will ignore it, or even curse it. Batman v Superman is a representative of this aspect, and most passers-by simply cannot get to that point. If you want to understand Batman v Superman, you must first watch The Death of Superman, Kingdom Come, Injustice, Superman, Red Son, Justice League, Origins, The Dark Knight Returns, and so on DC Comics. This is simply like a joke. This kind of super blockbuster with an investment of $250 million must be screened in mainstream theaters, but the potential audience for the movie screening is actually those DC die-hard niche fans. The result is that these fans are collectively high-nest, but they lose the largest number of passers-by because they are simply unable to accept this film. Of course, this is inseparable from the mysterious operation of Warner Brothers. They are always impatient and stupid. As long as they are stimulated by the movies of their old rivals, they want to catch up with the progress of the other party through a movie. Marvel started with Iron Man and began to lay out one movie after another. The first few movies were almost carefully testing the market and slowly connected all the characters through Easter eggs, etc. After 8 or 9 years and more than a dozen movies, the Marvel Cinematic Universe was finally formed, and it was divided into 2 major stages. Warner Brothers executives did not look at the other party's previous work, but only saw the brilliance created by the other party. They wanted to catch up with the other party's progress and advance directly to the Civil War universe. The content of this Batman v Superman movie almost compressed the plot of DC's 5 comics, and all kinds of huge foreshadowing scenes were simply inserted into the movie. Zack Snyder is not a director who is good at narrative. The final result is that a small number of DC fans are celebrating because they can fully understand the director's settings, but in the eyes of passers-by, it is like a pile of loose sand. This is simply a step by step behind, completely giving up its own advantages, and even losing the traditional skills of copying homework. Warner Brothers' decision making is so confusing. Even many general movie fans know Zack Snyder. This director is not good at narrative storytelling, but rich in colorful pictures like oil paintings, long slow motion lyricism, narrative montage, comic style storyboard composition, and the most important, violent aesthetics. In Zack Snyder's movies, the sense of picture is always higher than the narrative, just like long MVs. This rare alternative style in Hollywood has made him highly praised and controversial. If this style is not restricted to him, masterpieces like 300 Spartans will appear. R-rated movies can at least bring out all the characteristics of Zack Snyder. Think about what he did in Batman v Superman. As long as the scene that needs to be lyrical is reached, Zack Snyder immediately enters the state, and all kinds of slow motion, close-ups, and time and space conversions are all used. But if he were to leave these things out, even the most basic narrative dialogues would be awkward. Too much use of dreams and other stream of consciousness things would pave the way for the plot, and various time and space conversions would destroy the smoothness of the plot, inevitably resulting in an imbalance in the narrative rhythm, and the plot would be like a mess. Even Zack Snyder himself said in an interview that he was shooting this movie from the perspective of a DC Comics fan. The most unsatisfactory thing is probably the plot of Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent turning enemies into friends, which absolutely shocked audiences all over the world. But a movie like Batman v Superman is like pouring a bunch of ingredients into a pot and frying them all, and they must keep the color, fragrance, and taste good. This basically took the wrong path from the selection of people. Invited a director who shoots movies with weak narratives and plays formalism, that's fine, but also put shackles on him, limiting the film level to PG-13, not allowing him to choose a script that suits him, and finally a typical Zack Snyder style movie appeared. Universal has done this before. They wanted to create the monster universe earlier than anyone else, but they all failed miserably and lost a lot of money. Think about Van Helsing. These are the problems that Wayne will encounter in a few years. His choice is simple. He will invest in Warner Brothers to gain the right to speak. Then, he must not rush for quick success. Now no one is competing with him. He just needs to shoot one movie after another and slowly introduce the characters one by one. This is the safest way. Thinking of this, Wayne laughed. It's all in time. Batman Begins is the best entry point. In his current environment, no one can force him not to shoot R-rated movies, because his own movies can earn high profits. This is a reality. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.